स्टार्ट किया?
नहीं एक मिनट।
नहीं
हाँ कर दिया।
कर चल रहे हैं?
कर दे।
हाँ Your. Thank you.
तो वीडियो नहीं चालू इसलिए नहीं हो रहा।
अच्छा, I have finished this one. अभी आ रहा है, अभी। Now you do it. और एक बार एक किसी पे करते हैं। You fill your spotlight yourself. I fill. हाँ, ठीक है। Now spotlight yourself for example. Done. Perfect. हाँ, हाँ। Needed time, no? They also put it on, you know. All other participants have joined. You know, they're going. But we are not unmuting us, only when they speak. I want mute, but then I.
Ma'am? Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm extremely sorry, but I'm like at the complete end at like 49. So is it possible for me to, do I have to stay the entire meeting till then, or can I just join back at like 40-ish or something like that?
Yes, you may join a little later. So you can
Okay.
you can get in touch with us on the WhatsApp group that has been created and take an update like when is your turn coming.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, also just a small thing. I'm not exactly in the best of places, so I'm like, would it? It's like I'm not exactly at home. So would it be possible for me to, if it's not possible, I'll get into contact with you and I'll join later. But would it be possible for me to get it done immediately in the beginning, or?
Oh, no, we cannot change the order because the lists have already gone to the judges.
Okay. Okay.
So,
Huh.
we can only let you know around, you can join probably an hour from now, tentatively. So we will be updating in a WhatsApp group that we have finished first 10 over, first 20 over. That's all we can be putting in a group.
Okay, ma'am. I'm not exactly in the WhatsApp group.
Oh, okay. Why so? The teacher in charge should be there in the group. Let your teacher in charge please speak to us.
Charu ma'am, it's me, Elizabeth. Because
Okay.
it's a, yeah.
Elizabeth, ma'am, we'll put it in the WhatsApp group. You can communicate to him.
Yeah. I'm here only because it's a holiday for us. That's hence I'm at home. He's there and involved in another event also.
Okay, ma'am. We will put it in WhatsApp group after 10 or 15 students are over. We'll keep putting the update so that the others will also get to know.
Keep in touch with it. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am. Is Mrs. Raha there? Is Mrs. Raha? I request everybody to be on mute. Kindly mute yourselves. We will be starting shortly.
I think we can begin. Mrs. Shah will join in.
Okay, so
we will begin the formal introduction.
Yes. Okay, we over to our anchors for the day, and we have Tane, Yashika, and here with us introducing the judges. Okay, we are on Facebook Live as well. So we are going Facebook Live and just adjusting onto that as well. Now we have got it, and we have Krisha Mathur and Yashika and Tane as our anchors who will take us along in this show. Over to the three of you.
An elocution competition in school always inculcates a great degree of self-confidence and overall personality development of an individual. In this fast world of one-upmanship and high competition, it is the individual who has imbibed in themselves the art of public speaking is always a winner. A very good morning to one and all present here. It's my privilege to welcome the international and national school principals, teachers, and students to our English elocution competition, the Your Eloquence 2023-24. I'm humbled to welcome our judges, Ms. Hilda Peacock and Mrs. Suchasmita Raha, who have been kind enough to agree to be a judge of a day-long competition. We are immensely delighted to have you amongst us. Now, I would like to welcome our beloved principal, Dr. Jyotsna Mayadas, who has always brought in the best for the school. May it be a training, a workshop, or competitions like these. She's always there thinking big and beyond and pushing us to achievement. Without further ado, I would like to invite our principal to address all of us here before we begin the event.
Thank you very much. And this is my very able team that is to take it forward. And we are highly excited about this competition where we began in a very small scale 3 years ago during the online. And due to its success and due to the number of schools that are adding into our repertoire, we have decided to carry it forward in an online fashion. It's my proud privilege to welcome our two very distinguished judges today, Mrs. Hilda Peacock, who is a very distinguished luminary in the field of education. And I will not give out her details in a very formal manner. It is suffice to say that I have worked with her for, I think, nearly a decade with her as a teacher. And much beyond that, I do know her passion for education, her passion for learning, and her passion for teaching. And whether it be students or whether it be adult learners, even till today, even if I'm a principal now, I will still acknowledge a debt of learning and to Mrs. Peacock, who has been my mentor for most of my adult life. Thank you very much, Mrs. Peacock, for joining us. And of course, we have Mrs. Raha. I am not sure whether she has joined us yet. However, she has joined. So she was my English teacher, children, when I was as old as you. So you can just imagine the wealth of learning, the wealth of knowledge that Mrs. Raha has. Both Mrs. Peacock as well as Mrs. Raha they have been teachers through very, very long and illustrious careers, but now they are both the ICSE and ISC Council resource persons. So we are very, very privileged to have both of them with us. And of course, I must acknowledge today, which takes us to 73 participants. Now, that's no mean number, and it's quite a task for both our judges to be with us this entire morning and listening to 73 pieces, whether they are in prose or poetry. We will go through the morning, I'm sure, in a very enthusiastic and excited manner. Thank you to all the principals who have taken this opportunity and who have sent the names of the children. Children, this is your day. Enjoy the day, participate, enjoy the experience, and do your very best. So with this said, I hand it over to our three, the MCs of the day.
Thank you, madam. Let me take this opportunity to give a brief introduction about our first judge, the veteran educationalist, Ms. Hilda Peacock, ma'am. is a former principal of La Martiniere for Girls, Kolkata. Former principal, Dr. Graham's home. Former director at GEMS Academia International School. She works with the Council for the Indian School Certificate Examination, Delhi, and is a resource person for conducting workshops and training programs. She has also been a recipient of various awards, including the National Award for Teachers from EDGI, the President of India, the Mother Teresa Millennium Award, the Telegraph Award for Noted Academician, and the Outstanding Teachers Award from the University of Pennsylvania. We welcome you, ma'am.
Our second judge is another renowned lady in the field of education, Ms. Suchismita Raha, an alumnus of Calcutta and Jadavpur University. Ms. Suchismita Raha spent a satisfying 38 years at the St. Thomas Girls' School, Kolkata, as HOD English, and has since been associated with the Vivekananda Mission School, Kolkata, as academic advisor. Ms. Raha has been closely associated with the CISC. She is the resource CISC level and has conducted workshops for teachers in council schools all over India and abroad. Her free time is spent reading, writing, public speaking, and interacting with young people. We welcome you, ma'am. Now, it is time for us to begin our third virtual inter-school elocution competition, Euro Eloquence 2023 to 24. We have with us today 51 participants for category 1 from all over India and abroad. Good luck to all participants. I now call upon the first participant, J01, Brunmai Kulkarni.
Mark Antony's speech from Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare. Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with the bones. So let it be with Caesar. The noble Brutus had told you Caesar was ambitious. If it were so, it was a grievous fault, and grievously had Caesar answered it. Here, under the leave of Brutus and the rest, Brutus is an honorable man, so are they all honorable men. Come I to speak in Caesar's funeral. He was my friend, faithful and just to me. But Brutus says he is ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. He brought many captives home to Rome, whose ransoms did the general coffers fill. Did this in Caesar seem ambitious? When that the poor have cried, Caesar hath wept. Ambition should be made of sorrow stuff. Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. You all did see that on the Lupercal I thrice presented him a kingly crown, which he did thrice refuse. Was this ambition? Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and sure, he is an honorable man. I speak not to disprove what Brutus spoke, but here I am to speak what I do know. You all did love him once, not without a cause. What cause withholds it then to mourn for him? O judgment, thou art fled to brutish being, then men have lost their reasons. Bear with me. My heart is in the coffin there with Caesar, and I must pause till it come back to me.
Next, we have J02, Trisha Jain.
Excuses by Gareth Owen. Late again, Blenkinsop? What's the excuse this time? Not my fault, sir. Well, whose fault is it then? Grandma's, sir. Grandma's? What did she do? She died, sir. Died? She's seriously dead. All right, sir. That makes 4 grandmothers this term, Blenkinsop, and all on PE days. I know it's very upsetting, sir. How many grandmothers have you got, Blenkinsop? Grandmas, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4. None, sir. None? You said you had 4. All dead, sir. Okay, what about yesterday, Blenkinsop? What about yesterday, sir? You were absent yesterday. Oh, that was the dentist, sir. The dentist died? No, sir, my teeth, sir. You missed the maths test, Blenkinsop. I'd been really looking forward to it, sir. Right, line up for PE. That told us can't Blenkinsop. No kit, sir. Where is it? At home, sir. What is it doing at home? Not iron, sir. Couldn't you iron it? Can't, sir. Why not? Bad hand, sir. Who usually does it? Grandma, sir. Why couldn't she do it? Dead, sir. Thank you.
Our next participant is J03, Sahana Sukumar.
Good morning. I am Sahana Sukumar from grade 10A. Today I will be reciting a poem of my own titled The Slashed Knife. The inspiration to write this poem has been taken from the behavioral makeup and of the changes that we see in the people around us. It is a depiction of the most common 4 stages of grief everyone faces in their lifetime. The slashed knife. Questions, all doubts arise. Glass that cuts with no compromise. The sandy winds that blow strong and hard on the frontal side, the vision it marred. Bits and pieces torn into savagely. The devil has smirked now entirely. Eyes turned red, the time had come, the depths of abyss it emerged from. The cold calls out, something it seeks. The stab so deep, the smell it reeks. It emerges out of the hole it creates. Will it have sought out to meet its right fate? Bloody tears trickle, agile with heat, down the blazing cold of the fresh stained cheek. The longing desire lay just a hand away to get back the lost of the very deep pain. There are 4 stanzas in this poem, each depicting the emotions of betrayal, anger, plotting, and revenge. In the first line, I have repeated the word questions to throw light on the betrayal and sand to show the treachery. For the normal human mindset, getting back is natural instinct. To highlight it, I decided to implement the metaphorical usage of the devil to show anger. As time turns, change is inevitable. I have explained this with reference to anger, the previous emotion, to show how anger provokes plotting and ultimately leads to revenge. To end the poem with the expected outcome, that is, with revenge, I have emphasized, with the help of the lines, to get back the lost of the very due pain, which not only justifies the actions and also explains revenge. Although I have ended the poem on a very dark note, the central idea that I wish to convey through my poem goes with the phrase, nothing is permanent. Things are bound to change. We must remember that in our good times, we must never remain overconfident, always stay humble, but at the same time, also keep hope and faith during our bad times, since we know that time will change. Thank you.
Coming up next, we have Angel J04, Angel Nami.
I'm Angel Nobby, and my topic for this speech is a society that promotes gender equality, and this is written by me. Defending our rights makes us feminists. If we fight against the injustice we've been subjected to, they say we're playing the women card. After being hit, we're told we are weak, we cry, we are not given education, and then they say we just sit at home all day long without earning a dime. We're harassed, and then they say she allegedly allowed it. We are not allowed to step out of the house, and then they say you don't know what's going on in the outside world. This is not just the story of one household, but most likely the story of us all. One generation does it, it teaches it to the next. How will the next not repeat it? After all, they're all the same chip of the old block. I dream to live in a society that promotes gender equality, which is safe for girls. By this, I do not just mean being physically safe, but being mentally and emotionally secure too. It is my right. I demand it. It is our right. Girls and boys are treated equal, but really, are they? When it comes to female infanticide, India ranks the top of the list. And they speak of equality. As soon as we are born, we're already seen and wanted. And they speak of equality. It is a custom to keep women in separate rooms, make them sleep on the floor, give them simpler foods. This is during the times of impurity, as they call it. And they speak of equality. In order to attain true gender equality in our country, we must all eliminate these menaces. It is not any rocket science. In order to change the narrative of people against women empowerment, we can just simply highlight the significant examples created by women. How have we not proven ourselves? Astronauts? Check. Doctors? Check. The president? Check. Prime Minister? Check. Arts, music, literature, dance, science? Check, check, check. We've got it all. Bite the bullet. So much potential exists that it's only a matter of time before women surpass men and take the world by the storm. In order to conclude, I have a few lines written by me. Why shall we cover ourselves? Why don't you clean up your mindsets? For if a strap is seen, oh, cover up, lady. For if a spot is appeared, she has zero decency. For why shall we not wear shorts? Why aren't we allowed without veils? Oh, right, because you have an ailment, a dirty mind, much less of a manly kind. For why shall we not? We are not at fault. It is the wicked, evil society. So remember, if there was no us, there would be no you. Thank you.
Up next, J05, Brun.
Pain in My Chest by Michael Mann. A soldier boy was sitting calmly underneath that tree. As I approached it, I could see him beckoning to me. The battle had been long and hard and lasted through the night, and scores of figures on the ground lay still by morning's light. I wonder if you'll help me, sir. He smiled the best he could. A sip of water on this morn would surely do me good. We fought all day and fought all night with scarcely any rest. A sip of water, for I have a small pain in my chest. As I looked at him, I could see the large stain on his shirt, all reddish brown from his warm blood mixed in with the Asian dirt. Not much, said he. I count myself more lucky than the rest. They're all gone, while I have this small pain in my chest. Must be fatigue, he weakly smiled. I must be getting old. I can see the sun shining bright and yet I'm feeling cold. We climbed the hill, 200 strong. But as we cleared the crest, the night exploded and I felt the small pain in my chest. I looked around to get some aid. The only things I found were big, deep craters in the earth, bodies on the ground. I kept on firing at them, sir. I tried to do my best, but finally sat down with this small pain in my chest. With this small pain in my chest. Thank you.
Our next participant is J06, Arya Payale.
girl who silenced the world for 5 minutes. Or then, 12 years old Sorvin closed a plenary session of UN at Rio with this amazing speech. Hello, I'm Sorvin Suzuki, speaking for Environmental Children Organization. We are a group of 12 and 13 years old trying to make a difference. We've driven 1,000 miles to tell you adults you must change your ways. I have no hidden agenda. I'm fighting for my future. Losing my future is not like losing an election or a few points on stock market. I'm here to speak for all generations to come. I'm here to speak on the behalf of the starving children whose cries go unheard. I'm here to speak for the countless animals dying across this planet because they have nowhere left to go. I'm afraid to go out in the sun now because the holes in our ozone. I'm afraid to breathe the air because I don't know what chemicals are in it. I used to go fishing in Vancouver with my dad. Until a few years ago, we found a fish full of cancers. And now we hear plants and animals going extinct every day. In my life, I have dreamed of seeing great herds of wild animals full of birds and butterflies. But now I wonder even they'll exist for my children to see. Did you have to worry of these things when you were my age? All this is happening before our eyes, and yet we act as we have all solutions all the time. I am only a child, yet I don't have all the solutions. You don't know how to fix holes in our ozone. You don't know how to bring salmon back up a dead stream. You don't know how to bring that forest, which is now a desert. Then, if you don't know how to fix it, then please stop breaking it. In my anger, I'm not blind, and in my fear, I'm not afraid to tell the world how I feel. You teach us how to behave in the world. Then, why do you do the same thing you tell us not to do? You are deciding what kind of world we are growing up in. Parents should be able to comfort their children by saying everything is going to be all right. That's not the end of the world, and we are doing the best we can. But I don't think they can say this to us anymore. Are we even on a list of priorities? My dad always say, you are what you do, not what you say. But I challenge you, please make your action reflect your words. Thank you.
Next in line, J07, Sanisha Bamnodkar.
Choices are self-written piece. You always have a choice, people say, smiling blankly in the same monotonous way. Your fate is in your hands, they tell me. Such fanciful words. Only if it were true. Only if we weren't glorified, caged birds. I asked them back. Did I have a choice when I was wrapped in a pink towel within moments of being born? Did I have a choice when my mother, because of me, was treated with weird scorn? Did I have a choice when on my birthday, all I received were dolls? Did I have a choice when I'm wearing a short dress? I received scandalized looks and catcalls. Walk like a lady, talk like a lady, sit like a lady, eat like a lady, laugh like a lady, behave like a lady. Enough. Enough. It's fine when a boy stays out till late. If a girl does that, people immediately start preaching on how she could meet an unfortunate fate. It's funny, really. They ask a girl to not go out alone, instead of educating those wayward guys, because of whom this problem is known. Anyone who raises their voice gets the much hated label, feminist, a word now synonymous with bossy, man-hater, and sexist. We are not claiming to be superior. We don't want to ruin men. Contrary to popular belief, we don't want a world where Barbie is everything and he's just Ken. We are not begging for opportunities. We don't need them granted to us. We are wholly capable of earning them, so spare yourself the fuss. Yes, we are women and we love who we are. We don't need you to approve our choices. Just wait for a little while. You'll be tested by our voices. Thank you.
Next in line, J08, Devadit Jain.
Pal by Hema Gopinath. It was my mother's fault that she birthed me on the banks of River Kaveri. But as they did, they could not wash the black alluvial soil of my skin. Little piece of coal, my mother's brother calls me, as he pretends he can't spot me in the darkened birthing chamber. It sounds very cute when said in Tamil, An endearment, Kali. This one got baked a little longer in the oven, laughs my father, when my mother guiltily presents him yet another daughter, one whose skin only a paddy farmer could love. I am 6 when I am made to understand that I, who is proudly showing off my 99% in maths, was less than my classmate. At least I'm fairer than you, she says, sadly looking down at her own 73% marks. Lakme has 3 shades, white, off-white, and peach. The joy I feel when I purchased my first compact at Hirapanna Smugglers Market at age 26. It's a never before seen MAC compact, and it is the exact shade of my skin. NC45. They got me. They knew I existed. I had a number. I still have that compact after 18 years. But the shop assistant wants me to buy a NC44 because it makes me look fairer. Kali, stay indoors. Don't swim, don't tan. Depression, stress, fractures are a reasonable price for fairer skin. Melanin is a disease. There are treatments for it. Kali, stick to gold jewelry. Don't wear silver. Silver makes you look darker. Leave the diamonds to the porcelain Punjabis. Don't wear white, don't wear black, don't wear blue, don't wear pink, don't wear pastels, don't wear warm colors, don't wear cold either. Kali, Kali, Kali. P stands naked, wearing heads and blood. Fangs are bared as are the talons. Fulsome, fearsome, black of skin. Revered, worshipped, adored. Kali. Thank you.
Up next, J09 Pratham Udedra.
My topic is why fairy tales are really scary tales, an analysis by Jamie Derani, Jack Sives, and Matthias Clason. People of every culture tell each other story tales, but the same story often takes a variety of forms in different parts of the world. In the story of Little Red Riding Hood that European children are familiar with, the young girl is on the way to meet her grandmother when she meets a wolf on the way. She tells the wolf where she's going, the wolf runs on ahead, disposes of the grandmother, and gets into bed dressed in grandmother's clothes. You may think you know the story, but which version? In some versions, the wolf locks her in the cupboard, while in some versions, he swallows her. While in some versions, the Little Red Riding Hood gets the better of the wolf on her own, while in some, a hunter or a woodcutter hears her cries and comes to her rescue. The universal appeal of this tale is frequently attributed to the idea that they contain cautionary messages in them. In the story of Little Red Riding Hood, it is to listen to your mother and avoid talking to strangers. It might be what they find interesting about the story is that it got survival relevant information in, says anthropologist Jamie Derhany at the Durham University in the UK. There is a huge gap in our knowledge about the history and prehistory of storytelling, despite the fact that we know that this genre is an incredibly ancient one. But now, Derhany has found a way to test these ideas by using a technique from evolutionary biologists. Evolutionary biologists use a way called phylogenetic analysis to see the evolutionary history, development, and relationships among groups of organisms. And then is same approach in his finding of fairy tales. But in his analysis, he found out that there were various versions of these stories. And when he found out that these stories were indeed related, he
Our next participant, J10 Jasleen Kaur.
Phenomenal Woman by Maya Angelou. Maya Angelou wrote this poem for the Black women, the white women, the Asian women, the Hispanic women. Maya Angelou wrote this poem for the fate of women, for we are phenomenal. Pretty women wonder where my secret lies. I'm not cute or built to suit a fashion model size, but when I start to tell them, they think I'm telling lies. I say it's in the reach of my arms, the span of my hips, the stride of my step, the curve of my lips, because I'm a woman. Phenomenally phenomenal woman. That's me. I walk into a room just as cool as you please, and to a man, the fellows stand or fall down on their knees. Then they swarm around me, a hive of honeybees. I say, it's the fire in my eyes, the flash of my teeth, the swing in my waist, the joy in my feet. I am a woman. Phenomenally phenomenal woman. That's me. Men themselves have wondered what they see in me. They try so much, but they cannot touch my inner mystery. When I try to show them, they say they still can't see. I say it's in the sun of my smile, the grace of my style, because I'm a woman. Phenomenally phenomenal woman. That's me. Now you understand just why my head's not bowed. I don't have to shout or jump about or have to talk real loud. When you see me passing, it ought to make you proud. I say, it's in the click of my heels, the bend of my hair, the palm of my hand, the need for my care. Because I'm a woman, phenomenal woman. You will face many challenges and you will fall down many times. There is no person here who is over 1 year old and hasn't slept with pain or fear or loss or grief or terror, and yet we have all arisen. Therein lies our chance towards nobleness, not nobility, but nobleness. For the greatest ability of a human being is one to overcome. Thank you.
Next in line, J11, Vanisha Modi.
India's inspiring space journey, self-written. ISRO is the pride, belief, and dream of 1.4 billion Indians. It is the result of the farsightedness of Vikram Sarabhai, with the glorious motto of space technology in the service of humankind. ISRO is gracefully serving the world. It is regarded as one of the most innovative and cost-efficient space center. The history of space discoveries in India dates back to the Vedic era, where the contents of astronomy are written in the Rig Veda. It is said that ancient India was a land of sages, but I say that it is a land of scholars and scientists. Albert Einstein once said, "We owe a lot to ancient India, who taught us how to count, without which most of the modern scientific discoveries would have been impossible." Indian space program has developed over years, and we won't forget the contributions of our elite scientists in this journey. C.V. Raman, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, Dr. Abdul Kalam, Satish Dhawan, and the list still goes on. Indian space program was started from Thamba and has reached even the Mars now. We have conducted many successful launches like the Mars Orbiter mission, the PSLV C-37 mission, the famous GSAT series, and the Chandrayaan-2. What do you think? This journey is a process of some days or few months? No. It is the process, it is the result of the hard work, the dedication, the spirit of not losing hopes of our scientists. Now I stand here and proudly say the sky is no longer the limit for us. At last, I want you all to remember that we may fail, but
we also rise higher. Thank you.
Coming up next, we have J12 Atif Ansar.
The Two Glasses by Ella Wheeler Wilcox. There sat two glasses filled to the brim on a rich man's table, brim to brim. One was ruddy and red as blood, and the other was clear as the crystal flood. Said the glass of wine to its paler brother, let us tell tales of the past to each other. I can tell of banquet and revel and mirth, where I was king for I ruled in might. For the proudest and grandest souls of earth fell under my touch. From the heads of kings I've torn the crown. From the heights of fame I've hurled men down. I have tempted you with a sip, a taste that has made his future a barren waste. Far greater than any king am I have made the arm of the driver fail, and the shrieks of the lost were sweet to me. Fame, strength, wealth, and genius before me fought, and my might and power are overall. Ho ho, pale brother, said the wine. Can you boast of deeds as great as mine? Said the water glass. I cannot boast of a king dethroned or a murdered ghost, but I can tell of hearts that were sad by my crystal drops made bright and glad. Of thirst I've quenched and brows I've laid, of hands I've cooled and souls I've saved. I have burst my cloud feathers and dropped from the sky, and everywhere gladdened the prospect and the eye. I have eased the hot forehead of fever and pain. I have made the parched meadows grow fertile with grain. I can tell of manhood debased by you that I have uplifted and crowned in you. I cheer, I help, I strengthen and aid. I set the mighty and captive free, and all are better for knowing me. These are the tales they told to each other, the glass of wine and its paler brother, as they sat together filled to the brim on a rich man's table, brim to brim. Thank you.
I request all the participants to please mute themselves. There was a lot of background noise heard while he was speaking.
Our next participant, J13 Riya Gautam.
The Coral Tree from The Night Train of Deoli by Ruskin Bond, an extract. When I woke in the morning, I saw the rains and smelled the rain from the red earth. There stood a little girl staring at me very seriously. Hello, I said, smiling, trying to put her at ease. But the girl was businesslike. She acknowledged my greetings with a brief nod. Do you live here? She nodded again. With your parents? With great assurance, she said, yes, but I can live on my own. She was just like me. For a while, I forgot that I was an old man of 20. You're just like me, and I am going to go away today. Oh, she said, a little breathlessly. Would you care to go to England? I want to go everywhere, to America, to Japan, and Honolulu. Maybe you will. I am going to go everywhere, and there's no one who can stop me. But why are you here? And what is it that you want? I want to pluck a few flowers from the tree. She waved her hand towards the garden. There, see? She pointed towards a coral tree that was surrounded by a pond of water and broken and fallen leaves. The branches of the leaves were thick and were filled with scarlet pea-shaped blossoms. All right, I said. The climb was easy. I made myself comfortable on the lower branches and looked down and smiled towards the serious upturned face of the girl. I'll throw them down to you, I said. I held the branches, bent the wood a bit, but the wood was young and green. So I had to twist it several times before it finally snapped. I felt a sudden longing for my childhood and an urge to stay back in my grandfather's house with all the tangled memories. But I was the only one left. And what could I do except climb a few coral and jackfruit trees? Thank you.
Next in line, J14, Arka Prabha Mukherjee.
Mark Antony's speech, Julius Caesar. Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. So let it be with Caesar. The noble Brutus had told you Caesar was ambitious. If it were so, it was a grievous fault, and grievously had Caesar answered it. Here, under leave of Brutus and the rest, for Brutus is an honorable man. So are they all honorable men. Come I here to speak in Caesar's funeral. He was my friend, faithful and just to me. He had brought many captives home to Rome, whose ransoms did the general coffers fill. Did this in Caesar seem ambitious? When the poor had cried, Caesar hath wept. But Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. You all did see on the Lupercal, I thrice presented him a kingly crown, which he did thrice refuse. Was this ambition? Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. I am not here to. I did not speak to disprove what Brutus spoke. I speak what I do know. You all did love him, but not without cause. Then what cause withhold you to mourn for him? O judgment, thou art fled to brutish beasts. Men have lost their reason. Bear with me. My heart is in the coffin and there with Caesar, and I must pause till it come back to me. Thank you.
Next, J15, Tanisha Bhayani.
Esteemed judges and my fellow contestants, today I stand before you to discuss a matter of utmost importance, a subject that has a profound impact on everyone's lives: feminism. As the accomplished writer Chimamanda Adichie articulated, a feminist is a person who believes in the social, political, and economic equality of the sex. A simple definition that encapsulates a huge and essential concept. Feminism is not about fostering animosity towards men or nurturing a desire to supersede them, but it is an urgent appeal for equity and justice. It's about dismantling the restricting barriers that society has unjustly constructed between genders, walls that obstruct our aspirations, our potential, and our existence. Look around this room, the individuals that you see daily, your classmates, sisters, mothers, and grandmothers. Have they not demonstrated resilience, intellect, capability, and kindness commensurate to any other male counterpart you know? Yet frequently their contributions remain unacknowledged. Feminism dares to challenge this inequity. It seeks to unravel and eradicate these stereotypes until they are no more. Furthermore, it is vital to understand that feminism does not pit women against men and boys. You can and should be feminist too, because gender equality is not a women's issue, it's a human rights issue. As the inspirational Maya Angelou rightly observed, each time a woman stands up for herself, she stands up for all women. The gentlemen present here, please comprehend this. When we empower women and girls, we are not undermining their significance. We are simply advocating for a level playing field. Because when one individual rises, we all ascend. As young adults, we are the architects of our future. The beliefs that we foster now will establish the foundations of tomorrow.
So let's endeavor to create a future that is equitable and harmonious. Let's infuse our interactions with kindness, empathy, respect, and equality. Let's voice our dissent when we encounter sexist remarks and denounce instances of unequal treatment. Bear in mind, it's not just about the historic moments of radical change, but it's also about the quieter instances when we courageously challenge the status quo and demand justice. In conclusion, I would like to invoke Maya Angelou's powerful words. I am a woman phenomenally, phenomenal woman, that's me. Just as she claimed her rightful space in society, it's time we all, irrespective of our gender, assert our rightful places. And while doing so, remember Adichie's words. We should all be feminists, not because it's a fashionable slogan, but because it's the cry of our era. Thank you.
Our next participant, J16, Nischay Bajpai.
Here is the speech from Sir Charlie Chaplin, from The Great Dictator. I'm sorry, but I don't want to be an emperor. That's not my business. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone. If possible, Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there is room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's soul, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that gives us abundance has left us in want. Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. We think too much and feel too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent and all will be lost. The aeroplane and the radio have brought us closer together. The very nature of these inventions cries out for the goodness in men, cries out for universal brotherhood, for the unity of us all. Even now, my voice is reaching millions throughout the world. Millions of despairing men, women, and little children, victims of a system that makes men torture and imprison innocent people. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then, in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world, a decent world that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill their promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world, to do away with greed, with hate, with intolerance, to do away with national barriers. Let us fight for a world of reason, a world where science and humanity lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite. Thank you.
Coming up next, we have J17, KR Joshi.
No Men Are Foreign by James Kirkup. Remember, no men are foreign, no country is strange. Beneath all uniforms, a single body breathes like ours. The land our brothers walked upon is earth like this, in which we all shall lie. They, too, aware of sun and air and water, are fed by peaceful harvest
by war's long winters dark. Their hands are ours, and in their lines we read a labor not different from our own. Remember, they have eyes like ours that wake or sleep, and strength that can be won by love. In every land is common life that we all can recognize and understand. Let us remember, whenever we are told to hate our brothers, it is ourselves that we shall dispossess, betray, and condemn. Remember, whenever we are told, whenever we who take arms against each other, it is the human earth that we defile. Our hells of fire and dust outrage the innocence of air that is everywhere our own. Remember, no men are foreign and no country is strange. Thank you.
Next in line, J18, Mia Mohammed Ali Shah.
Ode to a Grecian Urn by John Keats. Thou still, unravished bride of quietness, thou foster child of silence and slow time, Sylvian historian who canst thus express a flowery tale more sweetly than our rhyme. What leaf-fringed legend haunts about thy shape, of deities or mortals, or of both, in Tempe or of the dales of Arcady? What men or gods are these? What maidens loth? What mad pursuit? What struggle to escape? What pipes and timbrels? What wild ecstasy? Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter still. Therefore, ye soft pipes, play on, not to the sensual ear, but more endeared pipe to the spirits, ditties of no tone. Fair youth beneath the trees, thou canst not leave thy song, nor ever can those trees be bare. Bold lover, never, never canst thou kiss, through winning near the goal, yet do not grieve. She cannot fade, though thou hast not thy bliss. Forever wilt thou love, and she will be fair. Ah, happy, happy boughs that cannot shed your leaves, nor ever bid the spring adieu, and happy melodist, unwearied, forever piping songs forever new. More happy love, more happy love, forever warm and still to be enjoyed, forever painting and forever young, all breathing human passion far above, that leaves a heart high sorrowful and cloyed, a burning forehead and a parching tongue. Who are these coming to the sacrifice? To what green altar, O mysterious priest, leadest thou that heifer lowing at the skies, and all her silken flanks with garlands dressed? What little town by river or seashore, or mountain built with peaceful citadel, is emptied of this folk this pious morn? And little town, thy streets forevermore will silent be, and not a soul to tell why thou art desolate can ever return. O Attic shape for attitude, with bread of marble men and maidens overwrought, with forest branches and the trodden weed, thou silent form dost tease us out of thought, as doth eternity cold pastoral. When old age shall this generation waste, thou shalt remain in midst of other woe, then ours a friend to man, whom thou sayest, beauty is truth. Truth is beauty, that is all ye know on earth and all ye need to know. Thank you.
Up next, J19, Sia Shetty.
Mahabharata, a woman's revenge, self-written. When we speak about valor, the glory of Mahabharata prevails. No wonder how bravely they fought the strikes, as they traced in the tales. how the 5 brave men could not even save their wife. No wonder one was a great judicious. The other's aim was as sharp as an eagle. He was the mightiest of all. Knuckle could not stand anything illegal. The last one kept it a secret that he could predict the upcoming fall. The game of gamble gave them as slaves when Yudhishthir waged his dearest beauty. The woman raged in anger and despair. No man out there could fulfill their duty. But something like this in the court of righteousness, be fair. All her voice, just at once, was chanting the name of the divinity. The ordinary sari kept multiplying. All eyes gazed with shock at the miracle by the deity. Was the point for the guilty men who were now sighing? She said, I will be the cause for your doom. The horror-stricken atmosphere. No apology from those who did a deed so demonic, who did not know a petrifying doom was near. This entire incident was truly iconic. On the day of the war, the Gita was unfolded, touching the lotus feet of the Lord. Winning and annihilating the evil was all that good could afford. This entire epic was not just a story, but evidently a message that no one could ever dare to mess with a woman's leverage. Thank you.
Our next participant, J10, Muhammad Ali Taziki. 20, J20.
Abraham Lincoln's first public address. Fellow citizens, having become a candidate for the honorable office of one of your representatives in the next General Assembly, in an accordance of the established customs and the principles of true republicanism, it becomes my duty to make known to you, the people whom I propose to represent, my sentiments with regard to local affairs. Upon the subject of education, not presuming to dictate any plan or system regarding it, I can only say that I view it as the most important subject which we as humans can be engaged in, that every man may at least receive moderate education so that he or she is able to read the histories of his own and other countries, by which he may appreciate the value of our free institutions. It is a topic of great importance, even on this account alone, to say nothing of the advantages and satisfaction to be derived from all being able to read the scriptures and other works of both moral and religious nature for themselves. For my part, I wish to see a time when education, and by its means morality, sobriety, enterprise, and industry, are much more general than at present, and should be contradicted to and I should be contradicted to do everything in my power to contribute something to the advancement of regarding the laws. Regarding the laws. Thank you.
Next participant, J21, Vedika Deshpande.
Today, I will be presenting a speech that I have written by myself on the topic, the social dilemma. Before we dive into the topic, do you remember there was this widespread circulation of fake news stating study shows man dies of heart attack after taking COVID vaccine? Imagine if you're a person who has just taken a COVID vaccine, sitting on the couch and looking at this post. How would you feel? Won't you feel anxious? Won't you feel cheated? And above all, won't you feel terrified? It is observed that a fake news on Twitter spreads 6 times faster than a true news. Now, I am sure most of us are present on various social media platforms. And it is no secret that once you start scrolling, you can't stop. This isn't our fault. There are people on the other side of the screen who are getting paid millions just to make sure we waste as much time as possible on something as worthless as social media. Everything that we do online is being monitored, and I mean everything, which includes what we like, what we dislike, what we comment on, and even what we watch. Yes, they know the amount of time we watch a post for, which got me to think, did they know the insane amount of time I used to waste stalking Ranbir Kapoor and Tom Cruise? Well, they did. This data is used to manipulate us. For example, you like a post by, say, political party X. So the algorithm is designed in such a way that it will recommend 10 more videos of the same point of view as yours. Over time, you will get this false sense that everyone is agreeing with you because everyone in your news feed will sound just like you. And this is exactly how political polarization works. Imagine if Adolf Hitler had this tool back in the 1920s. Let's not go there. But instead of just complaining, let us try and understand a few ways to overcome this issue. Firstly, learn to listen. Learn to listen to the point of view which is not always in agreement to yours. It is very important to make your judgment only after you understand both the sides of the coin without being manipulated. Second, meditation. It may sound a little cliched to some of you, but meditation not only improves focus but also helps in self control. And last but not the least, surround yourself with good and appropriate company. Because after all, the company that you keep has the greatest influence on your life. Thank you.
Next in line, J22, Tejasvi Tiwari.
Still I Rise by Maya Angelou. Maya Angelou, an African American poet, memoirist, and civil rights activist, is renowned for her eloquent literary works that champion themes of identity, equality, nature, and empowerment of women. Her poems resonate deeply with readers, offering hope and empowerment to those facing struggles in life. Through this poem, she urges the women to break through the shackles of domination and proclaim their rights. Written in the late 1970s, during the post-civil rights movement era, Still I Rise by Maya Angelou is a powerful and inspiring poem that celebrates the indomitable spirit of resilience and strength within women. The poem encourages them to stand and rise against oppression and indiscrimination. Through vivid metaphors and compelling imagery, Angelo portrays the unwavering determination to rise above life's challenges and emerge stronger than ever. Still I Rise by Maya Angelou. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I'll rise. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? 'Cause I walk like I've got oil wells pumping in my living room, just like moons and like suns, with the certainty of tides, just like hope springing high. Still, I'll rise. Did you want to see me broken, bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders falling down like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries? Does my heartiness offend you? Don't you take it awful hard, 'cause I laugh like I've got gold mines digging in my own backyard. You may shoot me with your words, you may cut me with your eyes, you may kill me with your hatefulness, but still, like air, I'll rise. Out of the hearts of history's shame, I rise. Up from a past that's rooted in pain, I rise. I am a black ocean, leaping and wide, welling and swelling, I bear in the tide. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak that's wondrously clear, I rise. Bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave. I am the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise, I rise, I rise. Thank you.
Up next, J23, Sinjita.
The Psalm of Life by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. What does the heart of the young man tell the psalmist? Tell me not in mournful numbers, life is but an empty dream, for the soul is dead that slumbers, and things are not what they seem. Life is real, life is honest, and the grave is not its goal. Thus thou art to dust returnest was not spoken of the soul. Not enjoyment and not sorrow is destined end our way, but to act, that each tomorrow find us further than today. Art is long and time is fleeting, and our hearts, though stout and brave, still like a muffled drums beating funeral marches to the grave. In the world's large field of battle, in the bivouac of life, be not dumb-driven cattle, be the hero in the strife. Trust no future, however pleasant, let the dead past bury its dead. Act. Act in the living present, heart within and God overhead. Lives of great men all remind us we can make our lives sublime, and departing, leave us behind footprints in the sands of time. Footprints that perhaps another, sailing over life's solemn main, a forlorn and shipwrecked brother, seeing shall take the heart again. Let us then be up and doing, with a heart for any fate, still achieving and still pursuing, learn to labor and to wait. Thank you.
Next in line, J24, Kadambari Shinde.
Today, I'm going to recite a pocket-sized but powerful poem named I Am the People, the Mob by 3 times Pulitzer Award winner Carl Sandburg. I am the people, the mob, the crowd, the mass. Do you know that all the great work of the world is done through me? I am the working man, the inventor, the maker of the world's food and clothes. I am the audience that witnesses history. The Napoleons come from me and the Lincolns. They die. And then I send forth more Napoleons and Lincolns. I am the seed ground. I am a prairie that will stand for much plowing. Terrible storms pass over me. I forget. The best of me is sucked out and wasted. I forget everything, but death comes to me, makes me work and give up what I have, and I forget. Sometimes I growl, shake myself, and spatter a few red drops for history to remember. Then I forget. When I, the people, learn to remember. When I, the people, use the lessons of yesterday and no longer forget who robbed me last year, who played me for a fool, then there will be no speaker in all the world. Say the name, the people, with any fleck of sneer in his voice or any far off smile of derision. The mob, the crowd, the mass will arrive then. The mob, the crowd, the mass will arrive then. Thank you.
Coming up next, J25, Samartha N.
Good morning. So today I'm going to be talking about what is real disability. Helen Keller once said, everything has its wonders, even silence and darkness. And in whatever state I may be in, therein to be content. So whenever we imagine and visualize about successful people, we very often think about people like Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Mukesh Ambani, Bill Gates, and many more. But have you heard about people like Franklin D. Roosevelt, Christopher Reeve, John Nash? What similarities do these people have with one another? Well, they're all differently abled. So, is being differently abled a challenge? No, because despite having these so-called limitations, these people have passed through the barriers of social norms and have lived really high in their life. They have succeeded a lot in their life, and at the same time, they have proven the world wrong every time it misjudges them. One such example we have about is Deepa Malik. Deepa Malik was diagnosed with cancer at the young age of 5. And later, at the age of 29, she was diagnosed with cancer yet again, and this time it left her lower body paralyzed. To make matters worse, her daughter had initially suffered from a head trauma injury. So do you think this stopped her in any way? No, because of the feeling of wanting to break free and shield herself and her family from all the negativity and pessimism around, which fueled her to withstand all the obstacles. Later in life, she won a medal in Paralympics, and at the same time, she excelled in a number of sports despite having a condition. So what can we infer from this success story? From this success story, we can infer that there are abilities beyond disabilities, and through sheer will, hard work, determination, and discipline, we can achieve whatever we want and we can overcome our limitations. So then, what about the real disability? The real disability lies within the people who do not have these certain attributes. These people lack the mindfulness, consciousness, and a thought process in order to achieve success. We can call them lazy, we can call them procrastinators, and they're henceforth failures. So therefore, we are supposed to learn from these kinds of personalities and people who have limitations, that we can do whatever we want and we can achieve any version of ourselves in the future. Thank you.
Next, we have J26, Ishita Gupta.
I'm here to recite Ain't I a Woman by the African American activist Sojourner Truth. Well, children, where there's so much racket, there must be something out of kilter. I think betwixt the Negroes at the South and women at the North, all talking about rights, the white men will be in a fix pretty soon. But what's all this you're talking about? The man over there says that women need to be helped into carriages or lifted over ditches and to have the best place everywhere. Nobody ever helps me into carriages or over mud puddles or gives me any best place. And ain't I a woman? Look at me. Look at my arms. I've plowed and planted and gathered into barns, and no man could head me. Ain't I a woman? I could work as much and eat as much as a man when I could get it and bear the lash as well. And ain't I a woman? I've born 13 children and seen most of all sold off to slavery. And when I cried out with my mother's grief, none but Jesus heard me. Ain't I a woman? Then we'll talk about this thing in the head. What's they call it? Intellect. That's it, honey. What's that got to do with a women's right or a Negro's right? If my cup won't hold a pin and your holds a quart, wouldn't you be mean not to let me have my little half measure full? Then the little man in black there says that women can't have much right as men because Christ wasn't a woman. Where did your Christ come from? Where did your Christ come from? From God and woman. Man had nothing to do with him. If the first woman God ever created was strong enough to turn the world upside down all alone, then these women ought to be able to turn it back right upside again. And now they is asking to do it. The men better let them. Oblige to you for hearing me. And now old Sojourner ain't got nothing more to say. Thank you.
Next, we have J27, Yuvraj Kataria.
India's vehicle to the moon, Chandrayaan-3. It is a time to celebrate as India's third lunar exploration mission will make India the fourth country after the US, China, and Russia to land its spacecraft on the surface of the moon and demonstrate the country's abilities for safe and soft landing on the lunar surface. Surely where there is a will, there is a way, and ISRO has for long ensured India's standing in the global space community. With an estimated minimal budget of rupees 615 crore, the Chandrayaan-3 is a miracle in itself. The Chandrayaan-3 was launched from the Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota at 2:35 p.m. Indian Standard Time on Friday, 14 July. Did you know the Chandrayaan-3 mission is being led by the rocket woman of India, Rituka Ridhal? The Chandrayaan-3 is quite similar to its predecessor, Chandrayaan-2, using its rocket LVM-3M4, nicknamed Fat Boy by the Indian scientists, as it bears a payload of approximately 3,900 kilograms, including a range of various technologies such as radio frequency and laser-based altimeters, velocimeters, throttleable liquid engines, hazard detections, avoidance systems, and a landing leg mechanism as well. Over 9.1 million people watched the Chandrayaan-3's landing live online. This was a lauded historic moment. The Russian Luna 5, which had crashed recently, had also attempted to achieve the same feat. Anyways, it left the way for India to become the first country to make a soft landing possible near the lunar South Pole. Naturally, the vehicle to the moon has its lander and rover named in Sanskrit too. The lander is named Vikram, after the great Indian scientist Vikram Sarabhai, and the rover is named Pragyan, which is another Sanskrit term for wisdom. As our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji rightly said, the Chandrayaan-3 scripts a new chapter in India's space odyssey. It soars high, elevating the dreams and ambitions of every Indian. This momentous achievement is a testament to our scientists' relentless dedication. I salute to their spirit and ingenuity. Even the scientists from the ISRO proudly said, India is now on the moon. Lastly, I would like to conclude by introducing the new motto, Jai Vikram, Jai Pragyan, Jai Chandrayaan. Thank you.
Next in line is J28, Akshata Jain.
This poem is about one wanting to let go of the past and move on from the friends who have betrayed. A happier version, self-written. Sometimes I wonder, did they really care? Sometimes I wonder, did they really prove to be the friends who were there? All such thoughts inside my mind, they clash. The memories and past buried deep inside, they flash. The long gone past that has never left me. The long gone past that has always stuck with me. How can I forgive the secrets that they have kept? How can I forgive the tears that I have wept? How can I not get angry and furious and panic with stress? How can I not forget? And how can I not? The people who once completed me have now made me hollow. The people who once promised to stay, with them now I won't have a tomorrow. They mocked me, broke me, and shattered me to pieces. The memories and times cherished now ceases. I don't want to hold on anymore. I don't want to hold on to the expectations, the hopes, the promises anymore. I don't want to hold on to the fights, arguments, and words that touch me to the core. I want to let go and start a new journey that will exist forever and more. I want to let go and achieve a version of myself that's happier with them being around no more. I want to let go, for there are better things that await. I want to let go without being anxious or afraid. I want to let go of the things that have remained unsaid. I want to let go of the people who never let me be myself. I want to love myself and heal my wounds with the people who should matter to me. I want to love myself and heal my wounds with my unsung heroes who understand and appreciate me. I want to be a happier version, a version of me I had forgotten exists. I want to be a happier version, a version of me that I now can't resist. I want to be a happier version, a version of me that is grateful and content. I want to be a happier version, a version of me that I don't resent. Now I will let go, knowing that beside me, my nurturers will always stand. Now I will let go, knowing that life will always have a plan. Thank you.
Next, we have J29, Miss Ayushi Barane.
Today, I'm going to speak on India's progress from developing to developed nation in the 21st century.
You are not audible. You are not audible, Ayushi.
Now?
Yes, you are. Please start.
Today, I'm going to speak on India's progress from developing to developed nation in the 21st century. You must be the change you wish to see in this world. Really, this motivating quote boosts me with the feeling of integration. But this feeling of integration and progress aroused in India many years ago. After India got freedom from the British, after its independence, it took steps forward towards its development. Be it in the field of science, technology, healthcare, politics, or international relations, India is not lacking behind in any of the fields. Really, India is a land of plenty. Day before yesterday, Chandrayaan-3 landed successfully on the southern polar region of the moon. This made India the first country to land on the south pole of moon, which no other country has ever done till date. This proves that India is really so good in the field of space too. The brilliant, hardworking scientists worked day and night to make this event successful. Talking about healthcare, India is successful to eradicate diseases like smallpox and polio. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we were the only country who was circulating medicines and vaccines to the rest of the world. India is also not lacking behind in the field of education too. The government of India enacted the law of the enacted the right to education, which states that every student of the age group 6 to 14 years will get education that is free and compulsory. Nalanda University, the world's first university, was founded in India 3,000 years ago. This proves that India had the importance of education such a long time before. Today, we have many IITs, medical colleges, engineering colleges, and many good schools which are providing very good education to all. Last but not the least, in the field of economics, the G20 summit is going to be organized in India in the month of September. Our agenda will be inclusive, exclusive, and action-oriented. We'll work to realize all aspects of our vision of one earth, one family, and one future. Lastly, I would like to say, if you want to have sustainability and integrability in our country, we must be having one nation, one flag, and unity. Thank you.
Next up, we have J30, Jay Lakshmi Anas.
Feather Friend by Author Class is a science fiction short story about a small canary and how our existence in space station helped to save lives. Sven Olsen was the best construction worker ever. He was so smart to smuggle his little canary named Caribou on board. Although I'm not a psychologist, but I must admit that his selection was very sensible. Caribou practically weighed nothing. Her food requirements were very tiny. She could even be in absence of gravity. Very soon she became everyone's pet there. Their unauthorized guests gave little trouble when VIPs visited them from Earth. As always, the biggest reason was given that the whistles coming from ventilated shaft. The next day, Sven Olsen hurriedly came to the doorway, and everyone thought something is going to happen very wrong. He slowly opened his hand, and there lay a yellow bundle of feathers with clenched two claws standing pathetically into air. It was our little caribou. Then somebody suggested Sven to give a shot of oxygen. They She was tucked into a large face mask. To delighted surprise, she revived at once and then began twittering. Something was still tucked in Sven's memory, and his brain exploded. And then Jim that something is wrong with the air. And later, Jim came from alarm department with a sheepish expression, and he said everyone that it the air purifier was frozen last night, and 500,000 birth and electronically engineered alarm system was failed, and there are little caribou who saved them. This story may be about weak being strong and least expensive being most valuable, but something else. That's how our little caribou being general pet a boost of morals for space station. Thank you.
We will be taking a short 10 minutes break, a tea break for both the judges. They have been working, listening to a lot of, yes, I can see Ms. Peacock being grateful for this short tea break. So 10 minutes break for both the judges, and for the participants, we shall meet at sharp 11:10. Is that fine, Mrs. Peacock? Do you want it for 11:15? Yes, ma'am.
No, thank you so much. I was wondering if there was a link I could click and the tea would come into me.
So our telepathy was there and the link worked. So we give you a tea break, ma'am.
I meant that there was a link that I would click and I would get a cup of tea right on my table, but we're not ready for that technology yet. So maybe later.
Oh, very soon we shall. Ma'am, is enough. So we shall meet at 11:10, ma'am.
Just a quick cup of tea and I come back.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. And all the participants, you may also take a 10 minutes break. Mrs. Raha, you may also take a 10 minutes break. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Jyotsna, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, you had a break. You were able to have your cup of tea. Okay, superb. So may we start back again? Okay, Yashika, you may please take over. Yes, Yashika, take over and you will call the participant number 31. Is participant 31 there? Yeah. Mrs. Ra, you had a
Yes.
tea break. You could take a tea break, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. We are starting back again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for giving it us.
Next, we have J31 Rashi Aldi.
There's a lot of background noise. I request everybody to mute yourselves. Yes, Rashi.
Oh, Captain, my Captain, by Walt Whitman. Oh, Captain, my Captain, how fearful trip is done. The ship has weathered every rack. The prize we sought is won. The port is near, the bells I hear, the people all exulting, while follow eyes the steady queue, the vessel grim and daring. But oh heart, heart, heart of the bleeding drops of red, where on the deck my captain lies, fallen cold and dead. Oh captain, my captain, rise up and hear the bells. Rise up, for you the flag is flung, for you the bugle trills, for you the bouquets and empty wreath, for you the shores are crowding, for you they call the empty mass, their eager faces turning. Dear captain, dear father, this arm beneath your head, it is some dream that on the deck you've fallen cold and dead. My captain does not answer. His lips are pale and still. My father cannot feel my arm. He has no pulse, nor will. The ship has anchored. The ship has anchored safe and sound, its voyage being closed and done. From fearful ship, the victor ship comes in with its object won. Exult, O shore, and ring, O bell. But I, with mournful tree, walk the deck. My captain lies, fallen cold and dead. Thank you.
Next up, we have J32 Thea Gandhi.
Sanitary napkin. Sanitary napkin. A piece by Aditi Mittal, tweaked and retold by me. I've realized that saying the word sanitary napkin in public is like staying in a Hogwarts common room and yelling, Voldemort! Because immediately everyone is like, yuck, what's wrong with her? Why is she talking about that which must not be named? So disgusting. But there comes a time in every woman's life where she has had to go up to an absolutely random stranger and ask for a pad. You've got to admit what a miracle of technology these things are. There's gels, channels, crystals, wings, leak lock systems, work systems. Ladies, once a month, you have science in your underpants. So you better learn to appreciate it. Frida Pinto was a brand ambassador of this brand of pads named She. She, which sold pads at a money back guarantee. Now, I don't know what a pad's official job profile is like, but you cannot go into a shop and be like, Bhaiya, ye kaam nahi kar raha hai. This pad is not working. It's a defective piece. Can I please have my 28 rupees back? You can't be like that. There was another brand whose name was Don't Worry. I love how they've stopped attempting to name themselves. Now they're just telling you how to feel. So Don't Worry had this ad where a woman throws a pad into a pond. Okay, and it gets ridiculous from here because the pad soaks up the entire pond. And I'm just watching that and I'm like, it makes me so angry because I realized that the situation in Japan would have been so different today. Throw a pad in the tsunami, throw a pad in the tsunami. It would have been so useful during the recent Himachal Pradesh floods also. And ladies, I hope you know what I'm talking about. Guys, I hope you do too, but if you don't, no judgments. What is that intricate design stamped into the first layer of pads? I mean, designs I swear I've seen on the walls of the Fatehpur Sikri. I'm like, why is this so elaborate? Who is even looking at it? But while we're on the talk of sanitary napkins and ridiculous advertisements, there was another ad which had the tagline, if it irritates you, then change it. And in the background, there is this rocker chick jamming it out with some inspirational song, some patriotic quotes. And I'm standing there in my living room, in my shorts, thinking, why is this so inspirational? तुम मुझे खून दो, मैं तुम्हें आजादी दूं. Thank you.
Next, we have J33, Pragati Prashant.
Yeah, you're not audible. Pragati, you're not audible. Just check on your microphone, please. Yes, now you are. Now you are.
Okay.
Yes, please start.
Casabianca by Felicia Hemans. The boy stood on the burning deck, whence all but he had fled. The flame that lit in the battle's wreck shone round him over the dead. Yet beautiful and bright he stood, as born to rule the storm, a creature of heroic blood, a proud though childlike form. The flames rolled on. He would not go without his father's words. That father, faint in the death below, his voice no longer heard. He called aloud, "Say, father, say, if yet my task is done." He knew not that the chieftain lay unconscious of his son. "Speak, father!" Once again he cried, "if I may yet be gone." And but the booming shots replied, and fast the flame rolled on. Upon his brow he felt their breath, and in his waving hair, and looked from that lone post of death in still yet brave despair, and shouted but once more aloud, "My father, must I stay?" With over fast over him the sails and shouts, the wreathing fires made way. They wrapped the ship in splendor wild, and caught the flags on high, and streamed above the gallant child like banners in the sky. There came a burst of thunder sound. The boy? Oh, where was he? Ask of the wind around. With fragments strewed the sea, with mast and helm and pennon fair, that well had borne their part. But the noblest thing which perished there was that young, faithful heart. Thank you.
Next in line, we have J34, Maya Kamath.
God runs the universe by his own rules. These are the words spoken by none other than Albert Einstein. This self-hidden piece is called Science and Spiritualism. Are they destined to be pulled apart? Instant communication and travel, longer lifespan, stunning breakthroughs in the field of medicine. Nothing seems impossible for us humans anymore. Science makes the world feel like an exciting, safe, and abundant place. So if God was needed in the olden days to protect us, to bring rain, aren't the Green Revolution fashion concept? COVID hit us. Our memories are still raw. People dying and suffering of a severe disease with no cures and medicines in sight. Even the Western world, who we admire,
Good. Yeah, the participant has logged out because of some technical issue. We're moving ahead with the next participant.
Next up, we have J35, Fatima Madrasi.
Today, I am going to present in front of you my own little poem, The Sun and the Moon. Let me tell you the backstory of the poem. It was a cold, wintry night of December 8th, when I was sitting near by my window, glancing at the beauty of the moon and reading the book, The Fault in Our Stars. It is a novel written by John Green, and the message delivered by him is that the world is not a wish-granting factory. And it's true. After reading the story of Hazel and Augustus, I was really sad and devastated. You know what's the saddest part of the story that broke my heart? It was when Augustus informs that Hazel that he is going to die soon and wishes to hear the speech she is going to deliver on his funeral. So while sobbing, Hazel reads what she wrote for her best friend, for love of her life, realizing that he is going to die soon. I had a deep thought about their ending, and that's when I decided to write my own poem. I'm sure that we all have experienced the depth of emotion I felt that night, and I feel it now too. So here's the poem dedicated to all those people who passed by like strangers, but never gathered the strength to stop and take a while to introspect. The poem I'm going to recite gives us a thought that not everything we wish comes true. Not every story gets a happy ending. Some just end due to their fate. The sun and the moon. I regret falling in love with sun in your eyes, knowing that someday I'll dry up the ocean I cried in my heart. And now here I am at the verge of drought, yet finding the shore where the sun never sets. The moon in my eyes just wanted to have an eclipse with sun in yours, near the ocean, but that never happens due to the decline of emotions. I love the way our hearts met in an accident, but I hate that our fates didn't. I love the way the moon and the sun had an eclipse, but for a few hours due to the balance of universe. How beautiful it is that once sun asked the moon for an hug and the world named it as eclipse. My heart was filled with an ocean, but now the drought has entered due to the funeral of emotions. Thank you.
Next in line, we have J36, Shahroz Faridani.
Bustle culture. Someone came knocking at my wee small door. Someone came knocking. I'm sure. I listen, I open, I look to left and right, but not there was a stirring in the still dark night. Only the busy beetle tapping in the wall. Only from the forest the screech owl's call. Only the cricket whistling while the dewdrops fall. So I know not who came knocking at all. Thank God, Walter de la Mare had the time to listen and open the door, be it day or night, as these days we don't have time to stand, let alone sit. What is this life if we are just going to rush and run all the time? Wake up in the morning, get up, beta, get up, it's time for school. Darling, brush your teeth and come for breakfast. Okay, ma, one more minute. Charge into the washroom, brush your teeth, gobble your breakfast, rush your bath, and run to school. Catch your breath, and the classes begin. Recess. Recess lasts an appalling 15 minutes, and there are 5 minutes for a teacher to leave the class. Run to the bathroom, relieve yourself, and get back to class. The final bell rings, and hip hip hooray! The day is finally over. But is it really? Rush home, grab another bite, rush for tuitions, rush back home, rush your homework, rush your dinner, and finally, we are knocked out. God, don't we desperately need an adrenaline rush? What is this life? Really, what is this life? If full of care, we have no time to stand and stare, no time to stand beneath the boughs and stare as long as sheep and cows. No time to see when woods we pass, squirrels hide their nuts in grass. No time to see in broad daylight, streams full of stars like skies at night. No time to turn at beauty's glance and watch her feet how they can dance. No time to wait till her mouth can enrich that smile her eyes began. Her poor life 'tis, if full of care, we have no time to stand and stare. You know, even though this poem was written more than 100 years ago, W.H. Davies could have never envisaged what we are facing today. Yeah, folks, got to rush back to class. Thank you.
Next up, we have J37, Nafisa Kamas.
The Listeners by Walter Delamare. Is there anybody there? Said the traveler, knocking on the moonlit door, and his horse in the silence champed the grass of the forest ferny floors, and a bird flew up out of the turret above the traveler's head, and he smote upon the door again a second time. Is there anybody there? He said, but no one descended to the traveler. No head from the leaf-fringed sill leaned over and looked into his gray eyes, where he stood perplexed and still. But only a host of phantom listeners that dwelt in the lone house then stood listening in the quiet of the moonlight to that voice from the world of men, stood thronging the faint moonbeams on the dark stairs that goes down to the empty hall, hearkening in an air stirred and shaken by the lonely traveler's call. And he felt in his heart their strangeness, their stillness answering his cry, while his horse moved, cropping the dark turf neath the starred and leafy sky. For he suddenly smote upon the door even louder and lifted his head. Tell them I came, and no one answered. That I kept my word, he said. Nevertheless, stir made the listeners, though every word he spake fell echoing through the shadowiness of the still house from the one man left awake. Hey! They heard his foot upon the stirrup and the sound of iron on stone, and how the silence surged softly backward when the plunging hoofs were gone. Thank you.
Next up, we have J38, Mrinal Shinde.
A speech by Sarojini Naidu on the topic Women's Education in India. You educate a man, you educate a man. But please, when you educate a woman, you educate a generation. In moving this resolution, I beg to make a slight amendment and substitute the word Indian for Hindu. Knows no caste, no creed, and no province. In the very threshold of 20th century, it should be still necessary for us to stand upon public platform and pass a resolution in the favor of female education in India. In small places in India, which at the beginning of first century was rife with civilization and has contributed to the world's radiant progress. But as by some irony evolution, the paradox stands to our shame. It is time for us to prove how best we can remove such a reproach, how best we can do something more fruitful than just passing empty resolutions. But for me, it seems like there is not even acceptance of the fact that women education is an essential factor in nation building. Some years ago, I guess in 1906, when Miss Satya Nandan first started the Indian Female Magazine, a lively correspondence went on as whether we should or we should not educate our women. The women themselves, with one voice, pleaded their cause more eloquently. But when it came to men, there was division themselves. One, the true friend of education, for others, and others there were who took a fright for a single word. What then? Educate our women. Then what will become of the comfortable domestic ideal? Exemplified as Lucius Halva and Savoy Omelette. And others were not for Joe and neither for Joheva. Were for compromise, bringing forward a whole syllabus of compromise. Teach this, they said, and not that. But my friends, as I have said before, it is us and not you who are the real nation builders. Without our active cooperation in all point of progress, all your conferences and congresses are in vain. Lastly, I just want to tell everyone, educate your women and the nation will take care of itself. I just want to tell every girl and woman present here, be smart enough to stand alone, brave enough to know when you need help, and strong enough to ask for it. Thank you.
Next in line, we have J39, Naisa Rai.
A monologue from the Diary of a Young Girl by Anne Frank. These are few of the last moments spent by Anne with her partner, Peter Van Pels, before being caught and sent to Nazi concentration camps. Look, Peter, the sky. What a lovely, lovely day. Aren't the clouds beautiful? You know what I do sometimes when it feels as if I couldn't stand being cooped up for one more minute? I think myself out. I think myself on a walk in the park where I used to go with them, where the jonquils and the crocus and the violets all grow down the slope. You know the most wonderful part about thinking yourself out is? You can have it in any way you like. You can have roses and violets all blooming at the same time. It's funny. I used to take it all for granted. And now I've gone crazy about everything to do with nature. Haven't you? I wish you had a religion, Peter. Oh, I don't mean you have to be orthodox or believe in heaven and hell and purgatory and things. I just mean some religion. It doesn't matter what, just to believe in something. When I think of all that's out there, the trees and flowers and seagulls, when I think the dearness of you, Peter, and the goodness of the people we know, all risking their lives for us every day, when I think of these good things, I am not afraid anymore. I find myself, and God, we're not the only people have had to suffer. There have always been people that have had to. Sometimes one race, sometimes another. And yet, I know it is terrible trying to have any faith when people are doing such horrible things. But you know what I do sometimes? I think that the world may be going through a phase, the way I was with Mother. It'll all pass, maybe not in hundreds of years. But someday, I still believe, in spite of everything, that people are really good at heart. Peter, if you would only look at it as a part of a great pattern, that you're just a little minute in this life. Look at us going at each other like a couple of stupid grown-ups. Look at the sky now. Isn't it lovely? Thank you.
Next up, we have J40, Moise Lokhandwala.
A Face in the Dark by Ruskin Bond. Mr. Oliver was a school teacher in Shimla. He usually strolled through the market till late evening and returned after the dark when he would take a shortcut through the pine forest. Pine trees made sad and eerie sound. Mr. Oliver, he was not a nervous or imaginative man, but one day, while returning home, his torch started flickering on, off, on, off, on, off. When his flickering light fell on a stone, and he saw a boy sitting alone. His head hung down. He held his face in his hands, and he appeared to be crying. Mr. Oliver asked, "What are you doing out here, boy? Don't you know? Boys are not supposed to be out after the dark." But the boy would not answer or look up. Mr. Oliver's anger turned into concern. "Well, what's the matter, my child? Tell me the trouble. Look up." And the boy looked up. Had no eyes, no nose, no ears, no mouth. Seeing this, Mr. Oliver's torch from Mr. Oliver's hand trembled. He started running towards the pine forest, calling for help, help, help. He was still running towards the building. He stumbled up to the watchman. "What is it, Sahib? Why are you running?" asked the watchman. "I saw something terrible. A boy weeping in the forest. He had no peace." "No peace, Sahib? No peace, no mouth, no ears, nothing. Do you mean it was like this, Sahib?" asked the watchman, and raised the lamp to his own face. And the watchman had no eyes, no ears, no mouth, and no features at all. And that's when the wind blew the lamp out. Thank you.
Next up is J41, Sai Janya M.
Good morning to one and all present here. Today I will be reciting the poem Excuses, Excuses by Gareth Owen. Late again, blanket soap. What's the excuse this time? No, not my fault, sir, not mine. Whose fault is it then? Grandmaster, Grandmas? What did she do? She died, sir. She died? She's seriously dead, all right, sir. That makes 4 grandmothers this term, Blenkinsop, and all on states. I know, sir. It's very upsetting. How many grandmothers have you got, Blenkinsop? Grandmothers, sir? Let me count. 1, 2. No, sir. None. Not? You said you had 4. All dead, sir. And what about yesterday? What about yesterday, sir? You were absent yesterday, Blenkinsop. Oh, that was the dentist, sir. The dentist died. Oh, no, sir. My teeth, sir. My teeth. You missed the math test yesterday, Blenkinsop. I had been looking forward to it, sir. Right, line up for PE. Can't, sir. No such word as can't, Blenkinsop. No kids, sir. Where is it? Home, sir, home. What is it doing at home? Not iron, sir. Why couldn't you iron it? Can't, sir. Why not? Bad hands, sir. Bad hands. Very bad hands. Who usually does it? Grandma, sir. Why couldn't she do it? Dead, sir. Thank you.
Next up, we have J42 Laksha.
Just the other day, as I was waiting at the billing counter, I realized that I had taken many items which I did not intend to. In fact, they were completely unnecessary, and that really got me thinking. How did this happen? Why did I take items for which I had no use? The culprit, psychology of selling, had made me take excess items in my cart. This is a topic of immense, paramount significance, if you will, in our modern world, the world driven by consumerism. It is important for us to understand that successful selling is not just a matter of profitability, but instead a dance or a ballet, if you will, between the seller's prowess and the consumer's emotions, based on the marketeer's trident. The first prong of the trident is the seducing art of storytelling. When a product is presented to us with a compelling narrative, we grasp and remember the information better. Our brain is hardwired to remember the stories, especially when the product has associated with a story that has somehow resonated with us. It's all the more likely to stick in our minds and influence on our buying decisions. The second prong of the trident is the concept of scarcity and urgency. When a product is perceived to be in a limited quantity or for a limited amount of time, the value of it escalates. It triggers that urgency, that rush of adrenaline, forcing us to make swift decisions. Here, the supply and demand chain works. The supply goes down, the demand and the price goes up. This is majorly the reason why people are willing to pay as dearly as $13 million just for a Rolls-Royce boat tail. The third prong of the trident is the rapport. It is the relationship between the seller and the consumer etched on the stone of trust. It is created through common ideas, interests, and beliefs between the seller and the consumer, completely shattering our decision-making skills, thus making us buy the product based on his opinions. To sum it all up, I would say psychology of selling is not just a tactic to entice us, the consumers, into buying goods, but instead an exploration of our mind, behavior, and motivation. So the next time you find yourself at the billing counter, take a moment to think about the psychology of selling's magic and the marketeer's trident. Thank you.
Next is J43 Akshita Kulapalli.
There is a God, a spiritual poem by Sevilla Stutz. There is a place called heaven. This I can undoubtedly say, without any hesitation of what this message conveys. There are no words to describe it, no visuals that can compare, such as roads of gold or gates that scroll beyond the earth's hemisphere. One night, while I was sleeping, my soul started to be raised, sitting up from within my body with arms in heavenly praise. What brought this spiritual moment? This, unfortunately, I did not know. But the feelings that raised within myself were shared to me by my soul. There was an ultimate feeling of self-giving, a surrendering of my total being. No other thoughts came to my mind except praising the God as my King. The love I felt that day was immeasurable. No past love could compare. A love so strong and powerful, yet it seemed to always be there. The soul itself was not a mist or a foggy scene display, but an array of electrical colors, though formed in my earthly being. As my soul descended back to where my body lay, a gasp of air was all it took for me to take a step forth and say, there most certainly is a God. There most certainly is a God. Thank you and have a nice day.
The next participant is 44. Mrs. Raha, kindly make a note. The participant name has changed. Mrs. Raha, I have messaged you the name. Mrs. Peacock has the right name. Yes, you may call the next participant.
Next up is J44, Devahoti Khedkar.
Greetings to one and all present here. I'm Devahoti Khedekar from grade 9th, and I will be presenting the poem And Still I'll Rise by Maya Angelou. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still like dust I'll rise. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? 'Cause I walk like I've got oil wells pumping in my living room. And like moons and like suns, with the certainty of tides, like hope springing high, still I'll rise. Did you want to see me broken, bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders fallen down like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries? You can shoot me with your words, can cut me with your eyes, can kill me with your hatefulness, but still like air, I'll rise. From the huts of history's shame I rise, I rise. The huts of history's shame I rise, I rise. Up from past that's rooted in pain I rise, I rise. I'm a black ocean, leaping and wide, welling and swelling and bearing the tides. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise, I rise. Into the daybreak that's wonderfully clear, I rise, I rise. Bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave, I am the hope and the dream of the slaves. I rise, and I rise. Thank you.
Next is 45, Khyati Kothari.
The letter to Lord Chelmsford rejecting knighthood by the great Rabindranath Tagore. The enormity of the measures taken by the government in the Punjab for quelling some local disturbances has, with a rude shock, revealed to our minds the helplessness of our position as British subjects in India. Considering that such treatment has been meted out to a population disarmed and resourceless by a power which has the most terribly efficient organization for the destruction of human lives, we must strongly assert that it can claim no political expediency, far less moral justification. The accounts of the insults and sufferings faced by our brothers in Punjab have trickled through the gagged silence, reaching every corner of India, and the universal agony of indignation roused in the hearts of our people has been ignored by our rulers, possibly congratulating themselves for what they imagine as salutary lessons.
This carelessness has been praised by most of the Anglo-Indian papers, which have, in some cases, gone to the brutal lengths of making fun of our sufferings without receiving the least check from the same authority. Knowing that our appeals have been in vain, the very least that I can do for my country is to take all consequences upon myself in giving voice to the protests of the millions of my countrymen, surprised into a dumb anguish of terror. The time has come when badges of honor make our shame glaring in the incongruous context of humiliation, and I, for my part, wish to stand shorn of all special distinctions by the side of those of my countrymen, who, for their so-called insignificance, are liable to suffer degradation not fit for human beings. These are the reasons which have painfully compelled me to ask Your Excellency, with due reverence and regret, to relieve me of my title of knighthood, which I had the honor to accept from His Majesty the King at the hands of your predecessors, for whose nobleness of heart I still entertain great admiration. Yours faithfully, Rabindranath Tagore. Thank you.
Next up is J46, Akshata Srivastava.
The Enchanted by Patricia Ridday. In a faraway land, nestled between rolling hills and tranquil lakes, there lay an enchanting forest. This forest was like no other, for it was said to be alive with magic. The townsfolk whispered tales of secrets and hidden treasures, but few dared to venture within its depths. One sunny morning, a curious young girl named Elara decided to defy the cautionary tales of the forest. She donned her worn-out boots, grabbed a basket for collecting berries, and set off on her adventure. As she entered the forest, the world transformed around her. Trees seemed to whisper secrets to one another, and the soft rustling of the leaves created a soothing melody. It was as if the very air was alive with a mystical energy. Elara wandered deeper into the heart of the forest, her eyes widening at the sight of colorful flowers that glowed with an ethereal light. She couldn't resist plucking a few and keeping them in her basket. Further along, she came upon a serene glade. There, a magnificent stag with antlers that seemed to reach the sky stood majestically. Its eyes, a deep, wise brown, met Elara's gaze, and for that moment, time seemed to stand still. The stag nodded, as if granting her permission to continue her journey. With newfound courage, Elara ventured on, guided by the soft glow of the flowers and melodious song of the forest creatures. She soon reached a sparkling stream. In the center of the stream, on a bed of moss surrounded by fireflies, lay a golden key. Elara carefully retrieved the key and held it up to the sun, marveling at its intricate design. She realized this was no ordinary key. It was the key to unlock secrets of the enchanted forest. Thank you.
Next up is J47, Tia Mulkut.
You have a song that means something to you. A song that probably reminds you of a person or a memory. It could be a happy song like we will rock too. Or it could be a sad one, like my heart will go on. We all have come across that one song that defines us, and that is incredible, isn't it? When I was around 4, I was asked to sing for the school annual day. That day, with this huge audience in front of me, I fell in love with music. Music is not a compilation of notes played one after the other. It is a feeling, a universal language that transcends borders, cultures, and backgrounds. Now, if I sing, "Nakamano, Pakabaka, Kapinasa, Somos uno, somos todos, contigo no más," I'm pretty sure you do not understand its meaning because it's Spanish and most of us don't speak Spanish. However, I did understand that this is a positive song, a motivational song that makes me feel happy and joyous, and that is the power of music. However, the power of music is not restricted to just that. I recently came across an article that spoke on how Alzheimer's helps in the treatment, is helped by the treatment called music therapy. You see, our brain is a bundle of nerves transmitting nerve impulses. Alzheimer's destroys these connections and loses, and the patient loses their memory. It was found that our brain processes music in a manner different to the normal thoughts and emotions, and this principle was used to help reconstruct the memories of the patient by music. This music therapy helps not only in Alzheimer's but various other illnesses such as autism spectrum disorder or Parkinson's disease. We have this amazing tool called music to help improve our mind, body, and soul. My advice to you is to let the music within you flourish. Do not restrict yourself from singing your heart out in the showers or from dancing in the songs that you love. Because as Friedrich Nietzsche rightfully said, without music, life would be a mistake. Thank you.
Next up, we have J48, Divyoshmi Goswami.
The piece is now called Ubuntu and is a self-written piece. Follow me on a journey 16,000 years back, where a healed broken femur bone forms our first evidence of human civilization, according to anthropologist Margaret Mead. She says that it would be impossible for someone to survive on their own account 16,000 years back with their blunt weapons against the wilderness. It is at this time that we started to group together, care for each other, and our civilization flourished. But over the time, due to scarcity of vital resources, exploitative relationships started to creep into our society. Dominance hierarchies and the society started to become much more fragmented. Our current epoch of socioeconomic reorganization is a hyper-individualistic consumerism that puts forth to us a paradoxical dichotomy where it saps all essence of humanity, purpose in life, and a unique personality, whereas leaves us with a cloud of identity that can also spiral us into a herd-like mentality and sets us up for mediocrity. This identity crisis is our inheritance of loss, as classification is our invention, and we have fragmented the society into various buckets. United, we stand, yet divided, we fall. To add a cherry on top of that, AI tools have now started to alter our perception of reality by taking reins over our decision-making powers. They have the power to create and parallel reality through a stream of images. Like Guy Debord, the French Marxist scholar, had warned us in his thesis that the spectacle is an apparatus of alienation. And echo chambers are present throughout the web to agitate you, annoy you, to polarize you, such that we cannot respect each other, we cannot listen to one another, and we cannot grow together as the human race. As John Lennon said, that if person is non-violent and jovial, if they're keeping their calm and if they're cool-headed, then the system does not know how to annoy you, how to deal with them. Our exploitative relations with one another have now also extended to our natural environment. Climate emergency is the greatest evidence of that. So we must not let ourselves spiral down into conflict and chaos. We must choose partnership-based society over a dominance-based society. And this can only be done through a major democratization of all the spheres of our life. Let democracy prevail through dialogue and in a people-oriented manner. Thank you so much.
Next is J49, Vignesh Valla.
A very touching, motivating speech by Martin Luther. I have a dream. And so, even though we face the difficulties of today and tomorrow, I still have a dream. It is a dream deeply rooted in the American dream. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. I have a dream that one day, out in the red hills of Georgia, the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream that one day, even the state of Mississippi, a state sweltering with the heat of injustice, sweltering with the heat of oppression, will be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. I have a dream that one day my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day, down in Alabama, with its vicious racists and with its governor having his lips dripping with the words of interposition and nullification, that one day right down in Alabama, little black boys and black girls will be able to join hands with little white boys and white girls as sisters and brothers. I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day every valley shall be exalted, every hill shall be exalted, and every mountain shall be made low. The rough places will be made plain, and the crooked places will be made straight, and the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, that all flesh shall see it together. This is our hope. This is the faith that I will go back to the South with. With this faith, we will be able to hew out the mountain of despair, a stone of hope. With this faith, we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. With this faith, we will be able to work together, to pray together, to struggle together, to go to jail together, to stand up for freedom together, knowing that one day we will be free, free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last.
Next in line is J50, Amol Dhawadikar.
Hello everybody, good afternoon. I would like to recite before you a self-written poem in the free verse called Inside My Closet. A lot many creatures lie in my closet, like whiny little demons they are, living in a colorful world. It is quite different though from the wardrobe of Narnia, quite unexplainable I'd say, and yet I'll try my best. In the bright morning, I open my wardrobe, only to be greeted by spirits sliding down my coat. Bam, bam, boom, boom, bam, bam, boom, boom. Go the fiendish little elves, being cute with their pointy little hats. Chiki, 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 swimming in their pool of imaginary water. I find the spirits in my round hat. Crick, crook, crick, crook. The hundreds of magical bugs, each special in itself, yet unnamed and mixed with others, waver high at me. Thus dancing and prancing, I find these creatures over long stretches of grass, full of red lilies and yellow daisies. And though a little aloof, a pair of a lion and his dear friend, the rat,
play among themselves on some farish cliff, unperturbed by their surroundings. But when I go to bed in the blue and white night, the lion growls me good night. I then go to sleep, and in come the ghouls and the ghosts with their woos and hows. I'm haunted all night. By the dawn, I wake up more sleep deprived than ever. And the ugly realization strikes of actually living in such a colorless world. Thoughts of work and school come rushing to my mind, sinking my heart deep as an anchor. There is no magical closet, no colorful world, all just our imagination, keeping us from the real evils, highlighted and portrayed as heroes in the real world. The last part got a bit too dark, but what else do you expect from a list of sleep paralysis demons, written as a poem, vivid and bright, only for the first half? Think about it. Upon you too may the truth dawn. Thank you very much.
Next up is J51 Nishant Buddhisagar.
There is a garden in every childhood, an enchanted place where colors are brighter, the air is softer, and the morning more fragrant than ever again. I am J51, standing before you all to discuss on the topic child labor. It all started one fine day with clear sky, hustle and bustle of people going through their daily routine, honking of cars at regular intervals, and a small, miserable boy selling chocolates outside a school, imagining what fun is hidden behind the great school walls. Just as he was wondering all different kinds of things, he was driven out of his thoughts by the jingle of bells and the shouts of laughter as the students came soaring into the ground. The boy watched through the bars of the gate in utter fascination as he saw the students eating, playing, talking, running. Just as his little mind was grasping everything, something hit his head with a thud. A big round ball was lying still at a distance. Some students came sprinting at the gate and asked him to throw the ball back. But the boy hesitated and picked the ball in his tiny hands and threw back with all his might. This incident repeated a few times. The boy didn't notice when he kept the basket of chocolates down and started playing with the students. The boy had the best time of his life. A faint jingle of bells was being heard over the shouts of laughter. The bell had rung. The students returned to the classes and the boy returned to his basket. He looked down and he just stared, unable to move, unable to think, unable to memorize the recent incident when he had actually found out what lies inside the great school walls. His basket was on the streets. The chocolates had disappeared. He knew what awaited him at home: a good thrashing, empty stomach, and haunted nights. Why does this happen? The child had full right to play, to make friends, don't you think so? Child labor stole his childhood. I would like to conclude my speech with a short poem. They do not get a hearty stomach or little education ever, even though they are so clever. No new toys, clothes, books, fun. Never do they get to taste the fruits of happiness ever. Nobody should get such an unkind curse as child labor. We should endeavor to prevent them for working for others' wishes forever. We should firmly stand against child labor. We should firmly stand against child labor. Thank you.
I would like to call J34 Maya Kamath. She was logged out and couldn't complete her piece. Maya Kamath, are you there?
Yes, Miss, I'm there. Miss, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Please start.
I'm so sorry for the inconvenience.
Not at all. You may please speak. Yes.
God runs the universe by his own rules. These are words spoken by none other than Albert Einstein. This self-written piece is called Science and Spiritualism. Are they destined to be poles apart? Instant travel and communication, longer lifespans, stunning breakthroughs in the field of medicine, even colonies on Mars or Moon. Magical,
Nothing seems impossible for humans anymore. Science makes the world feel like an exciting, safe, and abundant place for people like me. If God was needed in the olden days to protect us, to keep us safe, to ward off famines and bring rain, aren't the Green Revolution, concrete buildings, dams solved all of these problems for us now? So, do we actually need God in our lives anymore? Just as you are beginning to think of an old-fashioned concept, COVID hit us. Our memories are still raw, people dying and suffering of a severe disease with no cures and medicines in sight. Even the Western world, who we admire for their scientific temperament and technological advancement, seems stressed and scared. And no, the scientists did not have all of the answers. And this rude awakening caused me to think, what is science?
Yes, I think she is logged out again, and now we will not be able to give her another chance. We finished category 1. So both the judges can let us know that do you want a 10 minutes break or a proper 15 minutes break, ma'am? Okay, so we'll take a short 10 minutes break. Is that fine, Jasna ma'am?
10 minutes is okay. What do you say, ma'am? Ma'am Peacock?
Mrs. Ra, is it fine? Should we continue with a without any break or a break?
That's also okay by me. That's also okay by me.
Okay, so we are a bit early. So let me just see if the participants of category 2, are you all in there? Series of S01, S02. Okay, ma'am, we'll take a short 5 to 10 minutes break and we'll just organize the categories of the second also organize. So a 10 minutes break we shall take right now. Yes.
Can the participants of category 1 leave?
Category, yes, category 1's participants may please leave and join back around 45 minutes from now for the results. 45 minutes to an hour's time. Okay. So you category 1 can leave, and requesting all the category 2 people, all the category 2 participants to be there.
Good morning. Today I'm going to recreate the 1893 speech of Swami Vivekananda. Sisters and brothers of America, it fills my heart with joy, unspeakable to rise in the response to the warm and cordial welcome which you have given to us.
Kindly mute yourself, please. Yes.
Back.
Yes, we are back. Hope all the participants are ready. Mrs. Raha, you had a short break. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, both the judges. We will be starting with a second category. Category 1 students who are still there, if you wish, you may log out for around 40-45 minutes. Yashika, you may please announce the first speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. I warmly welcome the participants of category 2. We have with us today 24 participants for this category. With the kind permission of the judges, let us now begin with category 2. I call upon the first participant, S01, Alisha Khan.
Gentlemen of the jury, the best friend a man has in the world may turn against him and become his enemy. His son or daughter is reared with loving care may prove to be ungrateful. Those who are nearest and dearest to us, those whom we trust with our happiness and with our good name, may become traitors to their faith. The money that a man has, he may lose. It flies away from him, perhaps when he needs it most. A man's reputation may be sacrificed in a moment of ill-considered actions. The absolutely unselfish friend that a man can have in this selfish world, the one that never deserts him, the one that never proves ungrateful or treacherous, is the dog. Gentlemen of the jury, a man's dog stands by him in prosperity and in poverty, in health and in sickness. He will sleep on the cold ground when the wintry winds blow and the snow drives fiercely, if only he can be by his master's side. He will kiss the hands that has no food to offer. He will lick the wounds and sores that come in encounter with the roughness of the world. He guards the sleep of his superb master as if he were a prince. When all other friends desert, he remains. When riches take wings and reputation falls to pieces, his love is as constant as the sun in its journey through the heavens. If fortune drives the master forth and outcast to the world, friendless and homeless, the faithful dog asks for no higher privilege than that of accompanying him, to guard him against danger and to fight against his enemies. And after all this, when the final scene takes place and death takes the master in its embrace and his body is laid on the cold ground, no matter how other friends pursue their ways, there by his graveside will the noble dog be found, his head between his paws, his eyes sad but open in alert watchfulness, faithful and true, even unto death. Thank you.
Next up, we have S02, Aditi Pal.
Aditi Pal, have you joined? Okay, once she joins, we will call her. We'll move to the third part.
Moving on, we have S03, Twisha Savalia.
Ma'am, like, how should I say, emotional intelligence. Okay. Shall I start? Am I audible?
Yes, you may please.
Emotional Intelligence, a Theory by Daniel Goleman. Emotional intelligence is defined as one's ability to know, feel, and judge emotions in cooperation with a person's thinking process for behaving in a proper way with the ultimate realization of happiness.
Science journalist Daniel Goleman was the one to put in a psychological theory of emotional intelligence on the map for general public. He defined 5 main components involved in the functioning of emotional intelligence. They are self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills. These areas can be consciously cultivated to create spaces where people can be more productive as their emotions will not rule over their reactions and interactions with the world around them. Studies show that people with high emotional intelligence have greater mental health, job performance, and leadership skills. Emotional intelligence is typically associated with empathy because it involves a person connecting their personal opinion with those of others. Having a high level of emotional intelligence can help you be more successful in your life. It is a key component of compassion and understanding the deeper reasons behind other people's actions. Emotional intelligence is typically important when you are dealing with stressful situations like change, conflict, and obstacles. And understanding and managing your emotions as well as those of others can help you be more successful in your life. We all can work towards being more confident and kind, and all of us can be more positive. These ways are: pay attention to yourself, show compassion, be confident, be kind, and that is what really matters. After all, we cannot tell what can happen to us in this strange medley of life, but we can decide what happens in us, how we take it, what we do with it, and that is what really matters in the end. Thank you.
Next up is S04 Mishika Malladi.
Hello everyone, am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are. You may please start speaking.
Okay, thank you. Today I will be presenting the piece, The Chronicles of School Life After Lockdown. Remember those days where the classroom was like a mystic realm of books, pencils, and the occasionally sneaky phone usage? Well, fasten your seatbelts because things have gotten a little extra. First off, let's talk about social skills, or the lack thereof. After months of attending Zoom calls, where you could discreetly mute yourself and snack on chips, all while appearing engaged, the real world classroom hits you in the face like a sack of textbooks. Suddenly, you're surrounded by real human beings, and maintaining eye contact feels like you're in a staring competition with a very intimidating squirrel. And don't even get me started on dress codes. The transition from pajama pants to real pants feels like going from a cozy cocoon to a suit of armor. It's like your wardrobe decided to level up, and you're the one stuck figuring out buttons and zippers like a toddler discovering a Rubik's Cube. And of course, then there are the joys of physical activity. Remember when walking from your bedroom to the kitchen felt like a great Olympic sport? Well, now you're stuck running across campus trying to get to class on time, all while lugging around a backpack that feels like it's been filled with bricks. And then there's the morning routine, or I would like to say the lack thereof. After waking up 5 minutes before class, rolling out of bed, switching your laptop on, and acting as if you're fresh as a daisy, waking up at dawn feels like you're on a farm preparing for the world's earliest rooster crowing competition. Cock-a-doodle, why am I up so early? And of course, how could I forget the piece de resistance, the cafeteria experience? After months of perfecting your gourmet hand-cooked meals, you can say goodbye to culinary creativity and hello to mystery meat and cafeteria cuisine that looks like it was cooked by an alien trying to replicate human food. Why, yes, this is what I like to call vegetable medley from Planet X. But amidst the madness, there is a certain charm to the chaotic adjustment. It's like we're all characters in a sitcom trying to figure out this new normal together, complete with dramatic pauses, hilarious misunderstandings, and the occasional laugh tracks. So to all you warriors out there adjusting to school after the lockdown, remember to embrace those moments of awkward eye contact. Celebrate your newfound ability to wear pants without fear and approach cafeteria cuisine with enthusiasm of an intergalactic food trip. After all, life might feel a little extra right now, but that just means that there's more comedy to go around. Thank you.
Next up, we have S05, Preksha Solanki.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
A speech by Greta Thunberg. This is all wrong. I shouldn't be up here. I should be back in school, on the other side of the ocean. Yet you all come to us young people for hope. How dare you? You've stolen my dreams, my childhood with your empty words. Yet I'm one of the lucky ones. People are suffering. People are dying. Entire ecosystems are collapsing. We are in the beginning of a mass extinction, and all you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth. How dare you? For more than 30 years, the science has been crystal clear. How dare you continue to look away and come here saying that you're doing enough when the policies and solutions needed are still nowhere in sight? You say that you hear us and that you understand the urgency. But no matter how sad or angry I am, I do not want to believe that. Because if you really understood the situation and still kept on failing to act on it, then you would be evil. And that I refuse to believe. The popular idea of cutting down on emissions in half in 10 years only gives us a 50% chance of staying below 1.5 degrees Celsius. 50% may be acceptable to you, but those numbers do not include tipping points, most feedback loops, additional warming hidden by toxic air pollutions, or the aspects of equity and climate justice. They also rely on my generation sucking hundreds and billions of your CO2 out of the air with technologies that barely exist. So a 50% chance is simply not acceptable to us, we who have to live with the consequences. You are failing us, but the young people are starting to understand your betrayal. The eyes of all future generations are on you. And if you still choose to fail us, I say, we will never forgive you. We will not let you get away with this. Right here, right now is where we draw the line. The world is waking up and change is coming, whether you like it or not. Thank you.
Next in line, we have S06, Kritika Das.
Today I will be declamating Greta Thunberg's UN speech. This is all wrong. I shouldn't be up here. I should be back in school on the other side of the ocean. Yet you come to us young people for hope? How dare you? You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words, and yet I'm one of the lucky ones. People are suffering. People are dying. Entire ecosystems are collapsing. We are in the beginning of a mass extinction, and all you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth? How dare you? How dare you continue to look away and come here saying that you're doing enough when the politics and solutions needed are still nowhere in sight? You say that you hear us and you understand the urgency, but if you really understood the situation and still kept on failing to act, then you would be evil. And that I refuse to believe. The popular idea of cutting our emissions in half in 10 years only gives us a 50% chance of staying below a 1.5 degrees global temperature rise. 50% may be acceptable to you, but those numbers do not include tipping points, most feedback loops, additional warming hidden by toxic air pollution, or the aspects of equity and climate justice. They also rely on my generation, sucking hundreds of billions of tons of your CO2 out of the air with technologies that barely exist. So a 50% risk is simply not acceptable to us. We who have to live with the consequences. How dare you continue to pretend that this can be solved with just business as usual and some technical solutions? With today's emission levels, that the remaining CO2 will be entirely gone within less than 8.5 years. You are failing us, but the younger generations are starting to understand your betrayal. We will not let you get away with this. Right here, right now is where we draw the line. The world is waking up and the change is coming, whether you like it or not. Thank you.
Coming up next, we have S07, Ali Hassan Rabbani.
Hello, am I audible and visible?
Yeah, may I request all the participants to not ask we are audible? You are all audible. You may just start speaking.
Okay. Today I'm going to be reciting the poem I Am the Mob, the People by Carl Sandburg. I am the mob, the people, the crowd, the mass. Do you know that all great work of the world is done through me? I am the working man, the inventor, the maker of the world's food and clothes. I am the audience that witnesses history. The Napoleons come from me, and the Lincolns. They die. And then I send forth more Napoleons and Lincolns. I am the seed ground. I am a prairie that will stand for much plowing. Terrible storms pass over me. I forget. The best of me is sucked out and wasted. I forget. Everything but death comes to me and makes me work and give up what I have, and I forget. Sometimes I growl, shake myself, and spatter a few red drops for history to remember. Then I forget. When I, the people, learn to remember, when I, the people, use the lessons of yesterday and no longer forget who robbed me last year, who played me for a fool, then there will be no speaker in all the world say the name the people with any fleck of a sneer in his voice or any far-off smile of derision. The people, the mob, the crowd, the mass will arrive then. Thank you.
Next up, we have S08, Suhana Waule.
The red and the white, embracing differences, forging connections. Yonder sky that has wept tears of compassion upon my people for centuries untold, and which to us appears changeless and eternal, may change. Your words are like the stars, they never change. The big chief and president of Washington claims that he supports our people. We are indeed glad because we know he has little need of our friendship in return. His people are many. My people are few. They resemble the scattered trees of a storm-swept plain. There was a time when our people covered the land, but that time has long since passed away. Our good father in Washington promises to protect our people. Then in reality, he will be our father and we his children. But how can that ever be? Your God is not our God. Your God loves your people and hates mine. He folds his strong protecting arms lovingly about the pale face, but he has forsaken his red children if they really are his. How then? How can we be brothers? If we do have a common heavenly father, he must be partial. He must be. For he came for his white children and we never saw him. He gave you laws but had no word for his red children whose teeming multitudes once filled this vast continent. No, we are two distinct races, separate origins, separate destinies. There is little in common between us. Not one of our descendants will remain to mourn over the graves of people once more powerful and hopeful than yours. Your time of decay may be distant, but it will surely come. For even the white man whose God walked and talked with him as a friend cannot be exempt from the common destiny. We may be brothers after all. Every part of this soil is sacred. Every hillside, every valley, every plain, every grove has been hallowed by some sad or happy memories of days long vanished. When the last red man shall have perished, and the memory of my tribe shall have become a myth among the white men, these shores, these very shores will swarm with the invisible dead of my tribe, and when your children's children think themselves alone, they will not be alone. The white man will never be alone. Let him be just and deal kindly with my people, for the dead are not powerless. Wait, dead? Did I say? Dead? There is no death, only a change of worlds. Thank you.
Up next is S09 Ghazal Singh.
Thank you. Am I audible? Am I audible?
You
Yes,
are audible.
Yeah, thank you. So there are two ways to live your life. Either nothing is a miracle or everything is a miracle. This was said by the great Albert Einstein, guys. But today, I'm just an aspiring contestant who would like to talk on how it's the little things in life. So here's what I've written. Little drops of water, little grains of sand, make the mighty ocean and the pleasant land. So little the moments, humble though they may be, make the mighty ages of eternity. In the chaos and hustle of today's world, in the race to reach our big dreams and goals, we seem to have forgotten to cherish those simple, sweet things, which I'm pretty sure seem trivial, but are the essence of joy in our lives. If I were to close my eyes and feel them again, the warmth of the sun on a cold winter morning, the sound of rain, the laughs at the dinner table, or just hugging your mom after a long day, waking up and realizing I can still go back to sleep, the fresh pages of a new book, or a box full of sweets, screaming songs during road trips at night, or maybe even just winning a paper plane fight. Sometimes it's these things that make you happy. At first, it may not seem like they matter a lot, but the problem is little things turn into big things. And how you do anything is how you do everything. Great things are not done by impulse, but rather by a series of small deeds brought together. If you aren't grateful for what you already have, what makes you think you'd be happy with more? Sometimes we get so caught up in life that we forget. We don't always need to be so busy. We don't need to constantly check our emails or rush to the next big thing. We need to remind ourselves that it is okay and absolutely necessary to slow things down, to just take a break and enjoy yourself, to maybe watch a movie, turn off the TV, or just simply be together, to enjoy nature, play a game of cards, go watch the sunrises or the sunsets. But in the end, we must never forget to live those little things in life, because they are never as little as we think. Those tiny deeds of kindness, those little words of love make our earth happy, like the heaven above. So let's try and find the magic in all the little things in life. Thank you.
Moving on, we have S10 Anusha Neogi.
Today, I shall be narrating a soliloquy from Hamlet in Act 2, Scene 2. Oh, what a rogue and peasant slave am I! Is it not monstrous that this player here, but in a fiction, in a dream of passion, could force his souls to his own conceit? That from a working, all the visage want, tears in his eyes, distraction in his aspect, a broken voice, and his whole function suiting with forms to his conceit, and all for nothing? For Hecuba. What's Hecuba to him, or he to her, that he should weep for her? What would he do had he the motive and the cue for passion that I have? He would drown the stage with tears and cleave the general ear with horrid speech, make mad the guilty and appall the free, confound the ignorant and amaze indeed the very faculties of eyes and ears. Yet I, a dull and muddy metal rascal, peak like genre dreams, unpregnant of my cause, and can say nothing? No, not for a king upon whose property and most dear life a damned defeat has been made. Am I a coward who calls me villain, breaks my pate across, plucks off my beard and blows my face, tweaks me by the nose, gives me the lie throat as deep as the lungs? Who does me this, huh? Swans, I should take it. For it cannot be, but I am pigeon-livered and lack gold to make oppression bitter, or this. I should have fatted all the region kites with the sleeves of fall. Bloody, bastard villain! Treacherous, lecherous, kindless villain! Oh, vengeance! Why, what an ass am I? This is most brave, that I, the son of a dear father murdered, prompted to my revenge by heaven and hell, must like a hood unpack my heart with words and fall a cursing like a very drab, a scullion, 514 about my brains. I have heard that guilty creatures sitting at a play have by the very cunning of the scene been struck so to the soul that presently they have proclaimed their malefactions. For murder, though it have no tongue, shall speak with the most miraculous organ. I'll have these players play something like the murder of my father before mine uncle. I'll observe his looks, I'll tempt him to the quick. If they do a blench, I know my course. The spirit that I've seen may be a devil, and the devil had power to assume a pleasing shape. And perhaps out of my weakness and melancholy, as he's very potent with such spirits, abuses me to damn me. I'll have the grounds more relative than this. The play is the thing wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king. Thank you.
Next in line, we have S11 Arya Manglia.
I'll be speaking. It's self-written, but it is for the youth of India whose days are going this mill, as they have uprooted themselves from the land of tradition. Here I am trying to be a torchbearer. Shiver and shake in trembling fright the tiny hands of the tricolored youth, thumbs twiddling in harrowing anxiety, in terror of the red that stains their wounded truth. The quivering palms clutch the needle, a stairway to a forbidden high, filled with echoes of melodious lies. And as they plunge it into their untainted skin, their veins fill with deceptive tides, a tranquil current that never dies, sweeping away the agonizing cries, the scent of truth, and the weight of loss and demise. But how can you be the one to lead the country tomorrow, who are enslaved by morphine and heroin, who have discarded your tradition and culture, who disrespect elders and break away from your roots. I know life is confusing. I know you're tired of losing. But do you really think the needle is no intoxication? Is it nectar or a medicine? Then is your life a disease? Somewhere in the depths of hollow, there lies a golden glow waiting for you to revive. I look into the scars and see myself, the scars of my morbid soul. I let my inner voice speak and strengthen myself to work harder for the weak, perhaps to have a bright future and a wonderful past to look at. For the brightest shining stars have cried the most, and every tear holds a dear memory. The road is full of lows and highs, of dissonance and mellifluence. But how can you, the youth of this nation, thrive, whose soul is behind a relentless drive? And so should you now. Let out the voice within yourself. What's your name? What excites you the most? Find your name and find your voice. Speak yourself. In the land of colors, where stories unfold, is it not the youth of India a treasure to behold? Thank you.
Next up, we have S12 Anwar Patel.
This is a self-written poem about the student's take on multitasking and the subsequent pressure it builds. And that, maybe unknowingly, the very people who care are the ones who put that pressure. The vicious cycle. Hello, how are you? A query that to me is quite near. Did you have lunch? Or isn't that just a joy to hear? I hear whispers of kindness comforting my heart, giving me faith, the power to start. Take rest, they'd say, with genuine care. I felt touched by their words, the love they'd share. I felt their warmth, their empathy's grace, a moment's reprieve in life's relentless race. Desperation drives me, a force very strong, summoning strength through time's shadows fall. But oh, the ache of not giving my best when time's cruel shortage puts me to the test. 100 things to do and 1,000 more ways to fail, 1,000,000 things to finish. But for time, not even a single day. Amidst this chaos, a room in disarray, books and papers where order should sway, a reflection of my thoughts, scattered and wild, that my silent plea for peace inside was exiled. Disappointment crept in as I looked within, not meeting my standards, a battle to win.
Have you finished your piece?
No, ma'am, I have forgotten it. Is it possible for me to redo it?
No, redoing is not given a chance. You still have time. So if you can think and start speaking again in the allotted time, you may speak.
Sleep, a luxury, a rare embrace. They speak of greatness, of potential so grand, as if destiny's script rests in my hands. But the next day's hypocrisy, stark and clear. Work a little harder, push just a little further, they'd commandeer. Contradictions stark in their previously well-intentioned pleas. I've not done enough, it echoes in me. Disappointment's weight is too heavy to bear, yet it keeps driving me forward despite my despair. And so the pattern resumes. Their kind words a familiar display, followed by ever-mounting dust as my mental health degrades day by day. Thank you.
Up next is S13 Ananya Pokhre.
This is Phenomenal Woman by Maya Angelou. Pretty women wonder where my secrets lie. I'm not cute or built to suit a fashion model's size. But when I start to tell them, they think I'm telling lies. I say it's the reach of my arms, the span of my hips, the joy in my walk, and the grace of my step. I'm a woman, phenomenal woman. That is me. When I enter a room, the school is your place, and to a man, the fellows stand or fall down on their knees. Then they swarm around me, a hive of honeybees. I say it's the fire in my eyes, the flash on my teeth, the swing in my waist, the joy in my feet. I'm a woman, phenomenal woman, that is me. Men themselves wonder what they see in me. They try so much, but they can't touch my inner mystery. When I try to show them, they say they still can't see. I say it's the arch of my back, the sun of my smile, the right of my breasts, the grace of my style. I'm a woman, phenomenal woman, that is me. Now you understand just why my head hasn't bowed. I don't need to shout or talk or jump about. I say it's in the click of my heels. It's in the grace of my step. It's in the stride of my heels. It's the bend of my hair, the palm of my hand, and the need of my care. Because I am a woman, phenomenal woman, that is me. Thank you.
Mrs. Peacock, you wanted to say something. You were raising your hand. Is Mrs. Peacock there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm very much. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize. Yeah, I'm very much here. I wanted to say Aditi Pal has not.
Ma'am, she has backed out and she's not in the category now.
She's not in the comp. So I can just draw.
Yeah, draw a line, mark her absent, ma'am.
Done.
Okay, should we proceed now?
Yes.
Yashika, please.
Coming up next, we have S14 Rashi Karnik.
Perfect by Maya nature. Is there something wrong with you? A loose screw or two that ruined your ability to function? Why are you always so tired? Your life is uninspired and small. I cook and I clean and I don't stop till the soles of my feet bleed. I'm fine. I'm perfect. Be perfect, Maya. Be perfect like me. Stop committing yourself to songs and stories and spoken slang bullcrap in a world where degrees and PhDs impede the need for poetry, and stop chewing on your nails. No wonder you've never attracted any nails. Why do you do that? Do you like the taste? Are they sweet? You can't have sweets, Maya. You're ruining your teeth and you're ruining your life. My teeth are fine. Clean and pristine. They gleam like the golden halo above my perfectly conditioned head. I don't need sugar, Maya. I'm above sugar. Why? Why are you down here, Maya? Why are you down here when you need to be up here with the ones who have a promising career, who listen when information goes in one ear and doesn't come out the other? You'll never be up here, Maya. You act as if the act of listening is a crime, or you would have heard me the 666th time I told you to stop chewing on your nails. Stop chewing on your nails like a goddamn piece of trash. You can't be trash, Maya. You have to be perfect. Be perfect like me. You disregard my rules with stubborn contempt. It's standard attempt at teenage rebellion, but you can't be a Maya. You're not interesting enough. You need to obey and say yes and okay, and you need to do it with a smile on your less than average face. Try harder, Maya. Make it wider, Maya. Why don't you have to smile? Disappoint me, Maya. You never appreciate what I do for you. You need to pay attention, Maya. Stop daydreaming, Maya. Stop staring at the ceiling like your one redeeming quality lies hidden in the plaster. You need to organize your life. Your life is a disaster. Just like your nails, just like your teeth, just like your future, which will soon come to an end if you don't put down that pen. You need to stop writing, Maya. Your life is not a book. Don't give me that look, Maya. I'm just trying to help you. I'm just trying to love you. I'm just trying to love you. You have to let me love you so that you can be perfect. Be perfect like me. Thank you.
Next in line, we have S15, Jamila Khanduwal.
Today, I'm going to present in front of you a poetry named Just One. A dream is not which we see while sleeping. It is something which does not let us sleep. After hearing this, you already have got the idea that whom I'm talking about. Yes, it is none other than our famous 11th President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. He was one of the remarkable leaders of contemporary India. He was one of the major leading scientists behind the four successful rockets sent into space from India. Today, after him, the series of achievements, Chandrayaan-3 success has filled our hearts and mind with pride and making us the first nation in the world to soft land on the south pole of the moon. One of his famous books, Alter Future, has been questioned about the mothers who do every work, but they are not still appreciated. In this context, he says, a woman is indeed a full circle of God's creation. Within her is the power to nurture, transform, and create. And along with it, he refers to a poem named Just One by an anonymous writer. Can start a forest. One bird can herald spring. One smile begins a friendship. One handclasp lifts a soul. One star can guide a ship to sea. One word can frame a world. One word can change a nation. One sun lights a room. One candle wipes out darkness. One love can conquer gloom. One step must start each journey. One word must start each prayer. One hope will raise a spirit. One touch can show you care. One voice can speak with wisdom. One heart can know what's true. One life can make a difference. And that life can be. So, make the change and be it. Thank you.
Next up is S16, Sania Pathan.
And the letter by Anne Frank to her imaginary friend Kitty. My dear Kitty, and I quote, my dearest Kitty, the weather has been wonderful since yesterday, and I have perked up quite a bit. My writing, the best thing I have, is coming along well. I go up to the attic almost every morning to get the stale air out of my lungs. This morning, when I went there, Peter was busy cleaning. He finished quickly and came to where I was sitting on my favorite spot. We looked out of the sky at the bare chestnut tree glistening with dew, as the seagulls and other birds glinting with silver as they swooped through the air. He was standing against the thick beam, and while I sat, we both remained silent. We were so entranced and we were so moved in entrance that we couldn't speak a word. We remained like this for a long time until before it was time for him to go up to the dock to chop wood. He was a decent boy. He climbed up the ladder and I followed. We didn't speak during the 15 minutes he chopped wood either. I was watching him from where I was standing while he was obviously trying his best to chop wood and show off his strength. But I also looked out the sky over the beautiful and allowing my eyes to roam over a large part of Amsterdam. And I thought to myself, as long as this exists, the sunshine, the cloudless sky, as long as I can enjoy this, how can I be sad? And the best remedy for anyone who is sad is to go outside under the beautiful sky, somewhere they can be alone with the nature and God. And for then and only then will they understand that everything is how it should be, and that God wants people to understand that one can be happy amidst the nature's beauty and simplicity. For as long as this exists, I firmly believe that there will be solace for every sorrow, no matter what the circumstance, and that everybody can find happiness under nature. And oh, how one day before long, I will be able to share this overwhelming feeling of happiness with someone who feels the same as I do. Yours, Annie. Unquote. Thank you.
Our next participant is S17, Tisha Malik.
Today, I'd be speaking about a legendary tennis player, Arthur Ashe, the one who got the title of the only Black person to win both the US Open and the Wimbledon. So, born on 10th of July, Arthur Ashe began learning tennis from a very young age. As a player, he won various achievements, which include the US Open, the Wimbledon, and the Davis Cup. Not only this, he was the only Black person to win both the US and the Wimbledon. He had captivated the whole world with his unparalleled talent on the tennis court and had won the hearts of millions and millions of fans. However, fate dealt him with a cruel hand when he was diagnosed with AIDS, a disease he had contracted back in 1983 during his heart surgery. One fine day, lying on the hospital bed, being surrounded by various machines making scary and weird noises, and looking up at the roof and waiting for death to gradually embrace him, Arthur Ashe was reading the messages of his fans. One of them painfully asked him, why has God given such immense pain to a legendary player like Arthur Ashe? He understood the emotions behind the message and replied back to him. He stated, consider that there are 50 million children who play tennis each year. Just 5 million actually learn the game. 500,000 pursue it professionally with their coaches, and just 50,000 make it to the circuit. 5,000 play the Grand Slams, and nearly 50 play the Wimbledon Cup. 8 go in the quarterfinals, 4 to the semifinals, and just 2, including myself, make it to the finals. And just 1 gets the opportunity to hold the Wimbledon Cup in their hands. Arthur continued, on the day of my victory, when I was surrounded with a crowd cheering and celebrating my win, and the newspaper headlines appreciating me for my victory, I did not ask God, why today? Such immense pain and suffering each passing moment. How can I question God and ask, why me? That was Arthur Ashe, the legend, who was an indomitable spirit and turned out to be a beacon of hope and inspiration for those facing adversity and for billions and billions of people. Thank you.
Next is S18, Lavanya Panwar.
Violence begets violence, hate begets hate, and toughness begets a greater toughness. It is all a descending spiral, and the end is destruction for everybody. Along the way of life, someone must have enough sense and morality to cut off the chain of hate. Today, I stand before you to address a pressing concern that has deeply affected our nation and its people. The violence that has ripped Manipur is a grave issue that demands our collective action, attention, and empathy. We cannot turn a blind eye to the suffering of our fellow citizens, and it is our duty to work towards a peaceful resolution of the conflicts that have plagued this beautiful region. Manipur, with its rich cultural heritage and breathtaking landscapes, deserves better than the current state of unrest and violence. People of Manipur have shown remarkable resilience and strength throughout history. However, the recent surge in violence threatens to undo the progress and stability the region has worked so hard to achieve. During violence, it is the innocent civilians who suffer the most. Families are torn apart, dreams are shattered, and the entire fabric of a social community is disrupted. Schools, hospitals, places of worship become targets, further weakening society. Weapons are being looted, women are raped on the streets. While we children complain of going to school, children over there are craving to go to school and dream of being educated. We cannot imagine a day without the internet, and in Manipur, there has been an internet shutdown for months together. There is a cloud of uncertainty that looms over Manipur. To end this vicious cycle, we must bring about a change and fulfill our duties as responsible citizens. It is imperative that we engage in open and respectful dialogues to address these issues and find sustainable solutions for the same. Let us remember the strength of a nation lies in the unity and resilience of its people. It is our duty to stand together in times of crisis and work towards a peaceful and prosperous future for all. The journey towards a lasting peace in Manipur may be challenging, but it is a journey worth taking for the sake of our fellow citizens and generations to come. Nelson Mandela once said, "People are taught to hate. And if people can be taught to hate, they can also be taught to love. For love comes more naturally to mankind than hate. Together, we can build an India that stands together as a shining example of unity." Jai Hind. Thank you.
Our next participant is S19, Shivanjali Pokharkar.
An excerpt of Malala Yousafzai's speech delivered at the UN Security Council meet. I quote, "I do not speak on behalf of Afghan women and girls today. As you've heard from Wasma Frog, women and girls in Afghanistan are already speaking out for themselves. But I do want to remind you what life is like for a girl living under extremism and terrorism. I heard bombs, gunfire, and explosions. My brothers and I ran into our parents' arms for protection. I was 10 years old. I saw banners on shopping malls announcing that the women were not allowed. I saw notices on school gates declaring that the girls were prohibited. I saw women flogged in the streets. I was 11 years old. I saw my home transformed from a place of peace to a place of fear in just 3 years. I saw thousands of displaced people. I saw homes and schools destroyed. I was 12 years old. I saw injustice and I raised my voice for every girl's right to go to school. I saw a gunman stop my school bus, call my name, and fire a bullet at me. I was 15 years old. Now, I am 24. I carry scars of 6 surgeries to repair the damage of that one bullet. I've had the privilege of working with many Afghan educators and advocates who have spent their last 2 decades rebuilding an education system from scratch. Because of their efforts, 39% of children attending school in Afghanistan last year were girls. Now, that progress and those girls' futures are under threat. Our partners tell us that the doors to secondary schools in Afghanistan have been shut. Teachers and students have been told to wait at home. Girls' education is the most powerful tool for building peace and security. So today, I am here to call on the Security Council to protect the future of this nation. Firstly, send a clear and unequivocal message to the Taliban that a fundamental condition of any upworking relationship is upholding the girls' right to education in accordance with international treaties and conventions. Secondly, build upon Security Council Resolution 2593 by supporting a robust monitoring mechanism to track and monitor abuses of human rights. Thirdly, put the resolution into effect with a significant increase in humanitarian and development assistance to ensure all schools operate safely. Finally, the UN presence over every region of Afghanistan is needed more than ever. Mr. President, United Security Council, speaking with one voice for girls' education, can compel the Taliban to make real concessions. This is vital not only for the future of Afghanistan, but for the whole world. I hope and trust the Security Council that it will stand with the girls of Afghanistan. Thank you.
Our next participant is S20 Anjali Bhartia.
My Last Touches by Robert Browning. That's my last touches painted on the wall, looking as if she were alive. That piece a wonder. Now, Frappendol's hands worked busily a day, and there she stands. Wilt please you sit and look at her, I said. Frappendolf, by design, for never read. Strangers like you, that pictured countenance, the depth and passion of its earnest glance. But to myself they turned, since none puts by the curtain I have drawn for you, but I, and seemed as if they would ask me, if they durst, how such a glance came there, so not the first. Are you to turn and ask thus, sir? 'Twas not her husband's presence only. Call that spot of joy into the Duchess' cheek. Perhaps Frappendolf chanced to say, her mantle laps over my lady's wrist too much, or paint must never hope to reproduce the faint half blush that dies along her throat. Such stuff was courtesy, she thought, and cause enough for calling up that spot of joy. Sir, 'twas not her husband's presence only. Wait, what the heck? Sir, 'twas not my favor at her breast, the dropping of the daylight in the west, the bow of cherries. Some officious fool broke into the orchard for her, the white mule she rode with round the terrace. All and each would draw from her alike the approving speech or blush. At least she thanked men, good, thanked somehow, I know not how, as if she ranked my gift of a 900 years old name with anybody's gift. Thank you.
Our next participant is S21 Padmanava Biswas.
Good morning. Today I'm going to recreate the famed 1893 speech of Vivekananda. Sisters and brothers of America, it fills my heart with joy, unspeakable to rise, in the response to the warm and cordial welcome which you have given to us. I thank you in the name of the most ancient order of monks in the world. I thank you in the name of the mother of religions. And I thank you in the name of the millions and millions of Hindu people of all classes and sects. My thanks also to some of the speakers on this platform who, referring to the delegates from the Orient, have told you that these men from far off nations may well claim the honor of bearing to different lands the idea of toleration. I am proud to belong to a religion which has taught the world both tolerance and universal acceptance. We believe not only in the universal toleration, but you also accept all religions as true. I'm proud to belong to a nation which has sheltered the persecuted and the refugees of all religions and all nations of the earth. I'm proud to tell you that we have gathered in our bosom the purest remnants of the Israelites who came to southern India and took refuge with us in the very year in which their holy temples were shattered to pieces by the Roman tyranny. I'm proud to belong to a religion which has sheltered and is still fostering the remnants of the grand Zoroastrian nation. I will quote to you, brethren, a few lines from the hymn which I remember to have repeated from my earliest boyhood, which is every day repeated by millions of human beings. As the different streams having their sources in different paths, which men take through different tendencies, various though they appear, crooked or straight, all lead to thee. The present convention, which is one of the most august assemblies ever held, is in itself a vindication, a declaration to the world of the wonderful doctrine preached in the Gita. Whosoever comes to me through whatsoever form, I reach you. All men are struggling through the paths which in the end lead to me. Sectarianism, bigotry, and its horrible descent into fanaticism have long possessed this beautiful earth. They have filled the earth with violence, drenched it with often with human blood, destroyed civilization, and sent whole nations to despair. Had it not been for those horrible demons, human society would be far more advanced than it is now. But their time has come. And I fervently hope that the bell that tolled this morning in honor of this convention may be the death knell of all the fanaticism, of all the persecutions with the sword or with the pen, and of all the uncharitable feelings between persons wending their way to the same goal. Thank you.
Our next participant is S22 Meenakshi Kothamasu.
Speech entitled Ain't I a Woman by Sojourner Truth. Well, children, where there is so much racket, there must be something out of kilt. I think that tweaks the Negroes of the South and the women at the North, all talking about rights. The white men will be in a fix pretty soon. But what's all this here talking about? That man over there, he says that women need to be helped into carriages and lifted over ditches and to have the best place everywhere. Nobody ever helps me into carriages or over mud puddles or gives me any best place. And ain't I a woman? Look at me. Look at my arm. I have plowed and planted and gathered into bounds, and no man could head me. And ain't I a woman? I could work as much and eat as much as a man when I could get it and bear the lash as well. And ain't I a woman? I have borne 13 children and seen most of all sold off to slavery. And when I cried out with my mother's grief, none but Jesus heard me. And ain't I a woman? Then they talk about this thing in the head. What's this they call it? Intellect. That's it, honey. What's that got to do with women's rights or Negroes' rights? If my cup won't hold but a pint and yours holds a quart, wouldn't you be mean to not let me have my little half measure full? Then that little man in black over there, he says, women can't have as much rights as men because Christ wasn't a woman. Where did your Christ come from? Where did your Christ come from? From God and a woman. Man had nothing to do with him. If the first woman God ever made was strong enough to turn the world upside down all alone, these women together ought to be able to turn it back and get it right side up again. And now he is asking to do it, and the men better let them. Oblige to you for hearing me now. Now, Old surgeon got nothing more to say. Thank you.
Our next participant is S23, Samir Qureshi.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. Today, I would like to share some thoughts about the best book I read till now, a supremely practical and useful book, Atomic Habits, penned by a great author, James Clear. Now, let me tell you about his writing styles in this book. James Clear has written this book by using his own 4 principles of atomic habits. That is, make it obvious, make it easy, make it attractive, and make it satisfying. Atomic habit is a definitive guide for breaking bad behaviors and adopting good ones. Clear distills the most fundamental information about habit formation so that one can accomplish more by focusing on less. Now, turning towards the most important topic that I follow till now from his 3rd law, make it easy, the words walk slowly but never backwards. This extract explains that the best way to learn and make progress is to take actions. Planning can often feel like action, but it's actually not. It's better to simply do things little by little, and those behavior become to automatically ingrained and ultimately easier as you repeat desirable behaviors. Moving slowly is a reliable way for using atomic habits for self-improvement. As Walter once wrote, best is the enemy of good. This extract also explains that if you want to master a habit, you need to start up with repetition, not perfection. You don't need to map out every single feature of a habit. You just need to practice it. I'll conclude my topic just by saying the most effective quote from this book, that is, your identity emerges out of your habits. Thank you.
Our next and the final participant for the day is S24, Shloka Negi.
Superheroes aren't people who do different things. They are the people who do things differently. And if I had a superpower, I would not want to be a Marvel character or have iron suits or gadgets, but be a real person with real responsibilities. And the superpower which I want in my life is to be able to bring about any change in this world and having the superpower to control people and make them walk towards peace. Having the power to change people and the rules set to put an end to some of the worn out things which are of no use to this generation and are putting everyone at no benefit. The first thing which I would want to change if I have the superpower is how this world is being governed by the superiors with the blood, sweat, tears of common people. How they remain unrecognized and are being stamped out again and again by the higher up. With the power I have, I can make them aware of the basic rights they have, the power they hold, and how enormous it is. In a world as brutal as it is, one must know how to speak up for themselves and hold our head high enough to be able to fight for it. I want to bring this change wherein people can differentiate between what is right and what is wrong and have their say regarding it. Instead, with the thousands of crores being spent on the militaries and weapons, which is putting everyone at no benefit, I would want that money to be spent on the education of children. And educating the youth should be one of the major purposes of mankind. We as humans have lost our sense of humanity with differentiating based on caste, creed, color, religion. We try to lower the others by raising ourselves. Humanity is being stripped off day by day, but I want to preserve it for the upcoming generation, to have a taste of what it feels like to love and respect others and put others first. I want to rescue each and every person who's seeing death in face of party, discrimination, and judgments. I want to use my superpower to change the world and mold a mindset in each and everyone's brain to create a place where they can live by putting their prejudices aside.
I want to engrave a path where people can walk peacefully and where they can live without being suppressed. Unity makes us move forward in the escapades of life. Imagine a world where everyone's equal, not just in the eyes of law, but also in the hearts of others. And this can be done by anyone. Not all superheroes wear caps. Someone can be just as normal as a human being to bring about changes. And this change can be bought by you. Because charity begins at home. I would like to conclude my words with a quote by Sir Nelson Mandela. No one's born hating someone because of their color or gender. We must learn how to hate. And if we can learn how to hate, they can be taught to love. Man's goodness is a flame that can be hidden but never extinguished. Thank you.
Yes, she was our last participant, and we finish our Euro Eloquence with category 1 and category 2 speakers speaking here. Before we proceed with a vote of thanks, may I request Mrs. Raha and Mrs. Peacock to take a minute and send a picture of the results.
I've already sent it to ma'am Maya Das's mail.
Even for category 2, which is just finished right now. That's so good of you and very quick, I must say, Mrs. Raha. And Mrs. Peacock, have you also sent the results? Mrs. Peacock?
Done.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Over to the student anchors.
May I request our judge, Ms. Hilda Peacock, to share her experience and thoughts with us. I would also request her to guide the participants with a valuable feedback.
Thank you for a very delightful, entertaining, and very interesting morning. Thank you very much for allowing me to be here and being a part of this very important event. Several thank yous in order first. Let me begin by thanking your principal, Dr. Maya Das, for asking me to be a part of this. She asked me a long time ago, and I've been looking forward to being a part of this. So thank you, Dr. Maya Das. I'm truly, truly honored to be asked to be present at this. I took the whole day off so that I could sit at my computer and enjoy this. Very, very hearty congratulations, not just to your principal, but to the entire team. See, boys and girls, I want to tell you, events like this cannot happen unless you pull together in the same direction as one team. You have a good leader, and the leader will always tell me, it's my team. And I know that this is true. You have to have two things, a good leader and a good team. And today has proved beyond doubt that you have both. And then the three boys and girls who I've been looking at from 9:30 in the morning, well done, anchors, three anchors, you have done a marvelous job. You see, I'm very privileged. I get invited to a lot of events where children take part, and especially my passion is debate and elocution and literary events. I seldom see a pupil anchor. Usually it will be a teacher, and not just any teacher, but a senior teacher who will take over the role. So you have started early. You haven't taken part in the competition. You were not a contestant, but you held this whole thing together. And what marvelous training that is. I'm going to see a lot more of you in the years to come, probably television, newspapers. I don't know where you're headed, but I'll see you. Well done, all three of you. To all the participants, very, very well done. I've been very impressed by this morning's elocution competition. I want to talk a little bit about the choices that you have made. And I'm really impressed. Your choices have been the three things that we talk about as teachers. All the speeches, all the poems have been contextual, have been contemporary, and they have been relevant. You know, you have been talking about women's rights, you have been talking about child rights, you talked about the moon landing. Greta Thunberg, Charlie Chaplin. Absolutely, I know it's old in terms of chronology, but it is so relevant when you look at what's happening in the world today. Chimamanda, Greta Thunberg, Shakespeare, of course, always, always relevant. Maya Angelou. And so to each of you who have spoken, well done. And I know Mrs. Raha is just waiting to say a bit of congratulations and give you advice. And I'll just say what I always say at the end of elocution competition. See, why does the school do this? Why do we as teachers and school leaders squeeze in an elocution competition in the midst of your already harried, frenzied, and somebody said multitasking. Somebody spoke about that, how we are doing 25 things together. Why do we do it? One thing, of course, very evident, it builds confidence, right? It helps you to stand up, to speak up, to express an opinion, to have an opinion, all of which are so valuable. And then I'm going to say something that I repeat at every elocution competition. You know, boys and girls, there will come times in our life when you're overwhelmed and when you run out of words, and then these words will speak for you. So thank you again for asking me. Go on being good elocutionists, good anchors, and a great team. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. May I request our judge, Ms. Suchismita Raha, to share her experience and her valuable feedback.
Good afternoon. And Mrs. Peacock is always a very hard act to follow. So, you always feel I should have said something else, but she's already said it all. But of course, I begin by expressing what a proud teacher I am. Each time I see Dr. Maya Das going from strength to strength, somehow I vicariously, share in her triumphs. Because I've seen her as a young lady in school, and she's now a mature young lady, but doing so well. So congratulations, Dr. Maya Das, for all your achievements. And this is yet another feather in your cap. You've been doing it so to sustain something is very difficult. Once in a while, it's a flash in the pan, you do it. But to do it, and of course, commendable team, it is a marathon. And I can imagine the months of planning that must have gone behind the whole thing. Of course, yeah, it's really path-breaking what you are doing here. Of course, the young anchors, I admired your voice, all right, your unflagging enthusiasm, because it's been a long day for you. And I don't think we got time for our tea or whatever you did. But I can see that enthusiasm, that bubbling spirits there. To each participant, well done. Especially the ones who spoke their own pieces. I saw that variety of thought. We often say very dismissively that the young don't think. I think today's competition proved that you do think, and think very well and very deeply. For the others, your choice of speeches ranging from where? From Shakespeare to Swami Vivekananda to Greta Thunberg, everyone came in, which also gives me hope, tells me that people are reading. The despair of the fact that people are not reading enough nowadays. You're reading, you're assimilating, more important, you're feeling and reacting. So wonderful morning. As you can see, I'm sitting in school and all my files are waiting for me, but I have not missed those files at all. Thank you so much, Dr. Maya Das, for a wonderful morning.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Dear participants, now the wait is over and we are here with the much awaited results for category 1 and category 2. May I invite our principal, Dr. Jyotsna Maya Das, to declare the results.
Thank you to my three, what shall I say? I wouldn't like to stop at the word anchors. Of course, they have anchored the entire event, but they were the showstoppers, so to speak. And I must say, just 2 weeks ago, We had the three of them taking part in our mega event, The Sound of Music. So we have Captain Von Trapp sitting over here. We have Julie Andrews in the center, and we have Krisha, who was anchoring the show there itself. So our children are highly, highly talented, and I'm really proud that we could give not only our own children, but also 73 participants this kind of a platform, which perhaps would not have been possible on an offline mode. But online, I think this has been one advantage of the COVID times that we could do this. And I must tell you that we've had participants not only from Mumbai, but we've had from Pune, Nasik, Surat, Calcutta, Rajajipuram, Lucknow, Panchgini, Hyderabad. And last but not the least, we have from Indonesia and we have from Pakistan. So welcome to our old friends and our new friends. Well, welcome, I had said in the beginning, but then we will take this friendship forward, and we will hope that we continue with this online elocution. And of course, our team members, our wonderful English department, the ICT department, and as well as all the other teachers who have pitched in for this function. All the various schools, the principals, the teachers, the participants are very, very well done to each one of you. We hope to continue this association with each one of you. And Ma'am Raha and Ma'am Peacock, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for spending your morning with us, giving us your words of wisdom. 73 participants, no joke. No joke at all to listen to 73 children, and each one of them is a winner in their own ways. So thank you very, very much for spending your morning and taking out time. We do know how busy you are with all your various activities, but you have given us your time and your words of wisdom. We really, truly appreciate that. Now, without further ado, I know what we are all waiting for. We're waiting for the results. Each one of you is a winner, but we have to give the results as we have the various categories. Beginning with the first category, just going by the marks that you've received, the scores that you've received, the special mention goes to many, many children, and they have all received a common score of 28. Where the two judges have assessed them. The children who are there in this special mention category, they are Moez Lokhandwala from MSB Educational Institute, Mumbai, Akshita Jain from Avalon Heights International School, Mumbai, Ishita Gupta from Rama Global School, Indonesia, Nishchay Bajpai City Montessori School, Rajajipuram, Ria Gautam Euro School, Airoli, and Angel Mercy Nobby from Prime Academy, Mumbai. Very well done, children. You all got the Special Mention Award. The second runner-up with 29 points is from our own school, Tanisha Bamnotkar from Euro School, Thane. Well done, Tanisha. Very proud of you. Then we have the first runner-up, and you can notice that the margin between the scores is just next to nothing. We have two first runner-ups who have both got a score of 30, both of them. That is Akshita Srivastava from City Montessori School, Gomti Nagar Extension, and Rashi Alke from Universal High School, Dahisar. Very well done, children. And now coming to the best speaker with 31 points, Krisha Jain from Euro School, Undri. And her poem was Excuses, Excuses by Gareth Owen. Very well done, children, very well done. Now, we have Miss Mohika, who has just arrived hot from the, what shall I say, just hot from the oven, so to speak, and brought me the sheet of results. Here we have the results. But before I declare the results for category 1, On the spot, we have decided to give another award for promising speakers for category 1. And the promising speakers list, we have 3 children: Sharuz Faridani from St. Peter's School, Nafisa Abbas Kanus from MSB Educational Institute, and Atif Ansari from Diamond Jubilee School. Very well done, children. All are in category 1. So we have the category 1 results here with 28 points. We have 3 children who get the special mention. 3 children, Minakshi Kotham Masu from Euro School, Hyderabad, HSR, Lavanya Panwar from Euro School North Campus, and Tisha Malik from Billabong High International School, Malad. Well done, children. All of you have got 28 points. The second runner-up with 29 points, we have Preksha Solanki from Euro School, Airoli. Well done. Very well done. And the first runner-up, again, we have 2 children. Both of them have scored 30. And interestingly, we have Rashi Karnik from Euro School, Thane, and we have Ali Hassan Rabani from Atchison College, Lahore. Excellent. Very well done. And in the first position, we have with 32 points, Kritika Das from Purushottam Bhagchandka Academic School, who has got the Best Speaker Award. I don't have the name of her speech, but very well done, children. Okay, I do have it here. She spoke the Greta Thunberg's speech. Very, very well done. And now again, we will declare 2 more prizes, which are decided just on the spot. The children who've got 27 points, we will give you the Promising Speaker Award. You are Suhana Wagle from Empyrean School and Anvay Patel from Avalon Heights International School. Thank you, children. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, teachers. Thank you for being with us this morning.
A hearty congratulations to all the winners. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. On behalf of Euro School Thane and the entire fraternity, first of all, I would like to extend my most sincere thanks to all the principals and teachers in charge who have encouraged the students to participate from across the country. A heartfelt thank you to our principal, Dr. Jyotsna Mayadas, for your encouragement, unflinching support, and valuable guidance throughout. Dear judges, thank you is just a small word which I feel totally fails to express our unbounded gratitude towards both of you to judge as many as 75 participants in one go with a very short break in between. I would also like to thank the teachers and students from various schools for being a part of this event. Your participation is very much valued and appreciated. Good teamwork calls for a big thank you to our head of department and coordinator, Ms. Charu Kumar, for her support and guidance. I also extend thanks to Ms. Mohika, Ms. Annie, Ms. Amrita, and Ms. Mamta for their enormous cooperation in the organization of this event. Thank you to all of you for making this event successful. Wishing you all a wonderful evening ahead.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, both the judges.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, teachers and judges, for this opportunity. Because I'm glad to be a part of this. Thank you so much.
Great. Wonderful.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm really glad that I won this special mention category award.
Wonderful.
A
Thank you,
special
ma'am, for
thanks to
thank you, ma'am, for this opportunity. And I'm proud to represent my country and my school for by runner-up. So thank you again for the opportunity.
Yeah, we are very, very delighted to have you with us. Very, very proud that you are with us today.
Thank you so much.
A special thanks to the entire Euro School team. You have really worked hard, and it was a pleasure, seeing all the participants on screen. And I'm sure, that we will continue with this, and we'll come up with better preparations next year.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, we are ending the meeting now. Thank you so much, everybody, and we can all leave the meeting. Thank you.